chord, well, it's got 3 chords. It's A, D, and E. Nail my shoes to the floor, threw my coat to the door, take my hat, throw it far away. Find the keys to my car, and if I ask you where they are, don't say a word, just steal my shoes to the floor. I spent the better part of my life walking in and out of yours. I've been a restless, reckless around. Now something tells me you won't let me leave but one more time, so before I start to walk, drag me down and nail my shoes to the floor, glue my coat to the door, take my hat, throw it far, far away. Find the keys to my car, and if I ask you where they are, don't say a word, just fill my shoes to the floor. I guess I really love you, and I'd die if we should part, but I'm so weak and trying to run. That's why I'm begging you to put your arms around my heart. Don't let me go anywhere. And nail my shoes to the floor, glue my coat to the door, take my hat, throw it far, far away. Find the keys to my car, and if I ask you where they are, don't say a word, just fill my shoes to the floor. No, don't say a word, just fill my shoes to the floor. That's a cute song.
Yeah, that's good.
D A D A D.
Yep, we got it.
You ready? I have the invitation that you sent me. You wanted me to see changes. I couldn't stand to see you when another did. But dear, I hope you're happy just the same. Wedding bells are ringing in the childhood that should be ringing now for you and me. Down the aisle with someone else you're walking, those wedding bells will never ring for me. You think of it? Well, I planned a little cottage in the valley. I even bought a little band. I thought someday I'd place it on your finger, but now the future looks so dark and cold. Wedding bells are ringing in the childhood. I hear the children laughing out with glee. At home I hang my head in sorrow. Those wedding bells will never ring for me. I fancy that I see a bunch of roses, a blossom from an orange tree in your hair. And while the organ plays, I love you truly. Just let me pretend that I wedding bells are ringing in this childhood. Ever since that day you set me free, I knew someday that you would wed another. Wedding bells will never ring for me.
Okay, you ready? Ready? You see me all right there, Jim?
Yeah.
The hills were alive with flowers and I were wild, even wilder than they. Or at least I did run, they just died in the sun, and I feared must wither away. Just a wild mountain rose needing freedom to grow, so I ran, fearing not where I go. When a flower goes wild, it can always survive, while flowers don't care where they go. And the flowers I knew in the fields where I grew were content to be lost in the crowd. They were common and close, and I had no room to grow, and I wanted so much to branch out. I uprooted myself from my home ground and took my dreams and I took to the road. But a flower goes wild, it can always survive, while flowers don't care where they grow. I grew up fast and wild, and I never could ride in a garden so different from me. I just never belonged, and I longed to be gone, so the garden one day set me free. I hitched a ride with the wind, and he was my friend. I just let him decide where I go. When a flower goes wild, it can always survive, while flowers don't care where they grow. Just a wild rambling rose, seeking mysteries untold, regret for the path that I chose. The flower goes wild, it can always survive, while flowers don't care where they grow. Oh, I missed it on that last one. 80.
80.
Was that in? That's A. It's in A, isn't it? Yep, it is. I held your hand in San Francisco, kissed your lips in New Orleans. We've been up north and way out west, and all points in between. But home is where the heart is, and my heart is in these hills. It'll always bring me back and I know it's always will. Walking through the Blue Ridge, oh, what a sight to see. Rolling through the mountains, each step of memory. I've been all around this wide world, still my favorite thing to do is walking through the Blue Ridge with you. Shenandoah down to Georgia, a picture so serene. Caroline simply fine like strolling through the green. Each stroke upon the canvas, a master's work of art. We go up the hills and down the valley, hand in hand and heart to heart. Walking through the Blue Ridge, oh, what a sight to see. Rolling through the mountains, each step of memory. I've been all around this whole wide world, still my favorite thing to do is walking through the Blue Ridge with you. Is walking through the Blue Ridge with you. Yeah, like that, Dave? That's a good one.
Yeah, what a good one.
Yeah, I like it.
How about Charlie's Shoes? Give it G. G.
Makes a D and
G and C and D.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to be in Charlie's shoes. That's what I always say. 'Cause he had you and everything tied with a golden thread. He said, well, old Charlie left and went away, and when I got the news, wasn't long till I was walking round in Charlie's shoes. Now I'm wearing out the shoes that Charlie wore, walking back and forth across the floor. The trouble that drove him away got for company. These nights in Charlie's shoes are killing me. The greener grass that turned his head so sweet did turn bright, and every little dream I built, she's always tearing me down. I never knew old Charlie's shoes could have so many tacks of disappointed sorrows, and I wish he had them back. Now I'm wearing out the shoes that Charlie wore, walking back and forth across the floor. The trouble that drove him away got for company. These nights in Charlie's shoes are killing me. Yes, these nights in Charlie's shoes are killing me. All right.
Pick me up on your way down when you're blue all alone. When their glamour starts to bore you, come on back where you belong. You may be their pride and joy, but they'll find another toy, and they'll take you way around. Pick me up on your way down. may have changed your attitude, made you haughty and so rude. Your new friends can take the blame, underneath you're still the same. When you learn these things are true, I'll be waiting here for you. As you tumble to the ground, pick me up on your way down. Pick me up on your way down when you're blue and all alone. When their glamour starts before you, come on back where you belong. You may be their pride and joy, but they'll find another one, and they'll take away your crown. Pick me up on your way down, and they'll take away your crown. Pick me up on your way down.
Very good. Sorry I didn't get it.
Heartache number one was when you left me. I never knew that I could hurt this way. And heartache number two was when you come back again. You came back but never meant to stay. Now I've got heartaches by the numbers, troubles by the score. Every day you love me less, each day I love you more. Yes, I've got heartaches by the numbers, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop counting, that's the day my world will end. You do anything with that? Heartache number three was when you called me and said that you were coming back to stay. With hopeful heart I waited for your call. I waited, but you must have lost your way. Now I've got heartaches by the numbers and troubles by the score. Every day you love me less, each day I love you more. Yes, I've got heartaches by the numbers, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop counting, that's the day my world will end.
What we'll do next, right next to it. Send me the pillow that you dream on.
There you go. Are we ready?
Yep.
Somewhere between your heart and mine, there's a window I can't see through. There's a wall so high it reaches the sky. Somewhere between me and you, I love you so much I can't let you go. And sometimes I believe you love me. But somewhere between your heart and mine, there's a door without any key. Somewhere middle again. Somewhere between your heart and mine, there's a window I can't see through. There's a wall so high it reaches the sky. Somewhere between me and you, there's a wall so high it reaches the sky. Somewhere between me and you. Okay. An A. Send me the pillow that you dream on. Know that I still care for you. Send me the pillow that you dream on. So darling, I can dream on it too. Each night while I am sleeping, oh so lonely, I'll share your loving dreams that once were true. Send me the pillow that you dream on. So darling, I can dream on it too. Send me the pillow that you dream on. Maybe time will let our dreams come true. Send me the pillow that you dream on. So darling, I can dream on it too. I've waited so long for you to write me, but just the memory's all that's left of you. Send me the pillow that you dream on. So darling, I can dream on it too. So darling, I can dream on it too.
Yeah.
You got Katie Daly?
I'm going to here in just a minute.
Then G and D. That's the only two chords there is.
GD, GD.
Did they?
With Harold Mandelson. That's the wrong one. Come on down the mountain, Katie Daly. Come on down the mountain, Katie. Can you hear us calling, Katie Daly? We gonna drink in the good old Mountain Dew. Come on in Tipperary, in the pioneer days of '42. Her old man was shot in Tucson City for making his good old Mountain Dew. Come on down the mountain, Katie Daly. Come on down the mountain, Katie Dew. Can you hear us calling, Katie Daly? We wanna drink your good old Mountain Dew. Wake up, pay attention, Katie Daly. I'm the judge that's gonna sentence you. All the boys in court have drank the whiskey. To tell the truth, I drank a little too. Come on down the mountain, Katie Daly. Come on down the mountain, Katie Dew. And here gates were open wide. Angel came to court Katie Day and took her across the great divide. Come on down the mountain, Katie Day. Come on down the mountain, Katie do. Can't you hear this calling, Katie Day? We want to drink your good old Mountain Dew. Yeah, we want to drink your good old Mountain Dew.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's good.
That's right. Oh, it's a D. Today I passed you
Street.
and my heart fell at your feet. I can't help it if I'm staying in love with you. Somebody else stood by your side, and he looked so satisfied. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. A picture from the past can slowly steal as I brushed you off and walked so close to you. Then suddenly I got that old time feeling. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. Well, it's hard to know another's lips will kiss you and hold you just the way I used to do. Oh, heaven only knows how much I miss you. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. No, I can't help it if I'm still in love with you.
Yeah.
In the twilight, oh, I see her. Blue eyes crying in the rain. When we kissed, I am parted. I knew it'd never be again.
lies crying in the rain. Blue lies crying in the rain.
Woo!
Woo! Eat your heart out, Chuckarama.
Here's an old Hank Thompson song. Somebody must who left the door to heaven open and who turned their head for a moment, who told you that my heart was broken and who left the door to heaven open. Someone must have known that I was lonely. That's why they sent you to from afar. I know someone has heard me cry and gave me such an angel I love. Who left the door to heaven and who turned their head for a moment, who told you that my heart was broken and who left the door to heaven open. Heaven just can't be the same without you. I guess they must have been there bright as stars. And tonight I know the angels all will miss you, but they know just exactly where you are. Who left the door to heaven open and who turned their head for a moment, and who told you that my heart is broken, and who left the door to heaven open, and who left the door to heaven open.
Oh, I like that one.
Nice.
D. D and A seven
I don't know
and
D.
D. D, do.
I know D.
Move it on over.
Oh boy, this is you good. Sure you want to do this one?
Came in last night about 10:30. Baby of mine, she wouldn't let me in, so move it on over. Move it on over. Move over, little dog, 'cause the big dog moving in.
Oh!
She changed the lock on my front door. My door key don't fit no more, so get it on over. Scooch it on over. Move over, skinny dog, 'cause the fat dog moving in. This doghouse here is mighty small, better than no house at all, so ease it on over. Drag it on over. Move over, old dog, 'cause the new dog moving in. She told me not to play around, but I done let that deal go down, so pack it on over. Tote it on over. Move over, nice dog, 'cause the mad dog moving in. She warned me once, she warned me twice, but I don't take no one's advice, so scratch it on over. Shake it on over. Move over, short dog. Cause the tall dog moving in.
Good job, Jimmy.
Well, look at him. He's
Standing ovation. I was standing anyway.
Okay, got C and F, G7.
Yep.
G7's the one that's turning hands.
Your cheating heart will make you weep. You'll cry and cry and try to sleep, but sleep won't come the whole night through. Your cheating heart will tell on you when tears come down like falling rain. You'll toss around and call my name. You'll walk the floor the way I do. Your cheating heart will tell on you. Your cheating heart will make me weep. You cry and cry and try to sleep, but sleep won't come the whole night through. Your cheating heart will tell on you. Your cheating heart will pine someday and crave the love you threw away. The time will come when you'll feel blue. Your cheating heart will tell on you when tears come down like falling rain. You'll toss around and call my name. You'll walk the floor the way I do. Your cheating heart will tell on you.
Woo! Yeah, good.
Good.
Brought this one back. This is an old Jimmy Martin song.
Jimmy Martin.
Jimmy Martin song, but Lonesome River brought it back. Well, there's a girl on my mind I can't get over, that would break the heart of any man. Without her, things would fall to pieces. Well, I'm dreaming about my Mary Ann, so I'll just keep touching up my gray hair, live and hope someday she'll understand. Well, it's no matter if I live to be 100. There'll always be a place in my heart for Mary Ann. Well, I know she's out there somewhere in a world that can't be found. Just to think of her still tears me down. And if teardrops were pennies, then I'd be a wealthy man. From the tears I've cried for Mary Ann. So I'll just keep touching up my gray hair. Live and hope someday she'll understand. Well, it's no matter if I live to be 100. There'll always be a place in my heart for Marianne. Oh, it's no matter if I live to be 100. There'll always be a place in my heart for Marianne. That's a pretty song, isn't it?
How come you guys never do that for me? Kitty.
I did. I gave you a snap.
You're always in my heart, and you're often on my mind. Your love will never die, long as I'm alive. And it seems so sad to me that we never said goodbye. I guess it never hurts, you hurt sometimes. You try to hold on to the moment, but time won't let you stay. For every step you take, you lose something along the way. Is this all we get to keep as the years go strolling by? Just a memory of all the days gone by. Oh, you're always in my heart, and you're often on my mind. Your love will never die, long as I'm alive. Oh, it seems so sad to me that we never said goodbye. I guess it never hurts to hurt sometimes. You try to hold on to the moment, but time won't let you stay. For every step you take, you lose something along the way. Is this all we get to keep as the years go strolling by? Just a memory of all the days gone by. Just a memory of all the days gone by. Oh, you're always in my heart, and you're often on my mind. Your love will never die, long as I'm alive. Oh, it seems so sad to me that we never said goodbye. I guess it never hurts to hurt sometimes. Oh, I guess it never hurts to hurt sometimes.
See.
Blonde, they're coming to slow you down. So this I'm also blonde, and I love her. Remember, she
Well, I'm a walking the dog, and I'm never blue. I'm walking the dog, ain't thinking about you. I don't need no one to tie me down. I'm walking the dog, I'm thinking such an easy life I never knew until that day that I left you. Oh, I'm a carefree life that seemed a lie. I'm walking the dog all the day and all night. Well, I'm full of strength, I just can't grow old. Got a one-track mind, so I've been told. Well, I'm fancy free, I don't worry no how. I'm walking the nose all along the line. Such an easy line I never knew until that day that I left you. So I'm a carefree life that's seen the light. I'm walking the nose all the day and all. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning, I'd hammer in the evening, all this land. I'd hammer out danger, I'd hammer out a warning, I'd hammer them out with my brothers and my sisters all over this land. If I had a hammer, I'd ring it in the morning, I'd ring it in the evening, all over this land. I'd ring your danger, I'd ring your warning, I'd ring your love between your brothers and your sisters all over this land. If I had the song, I'd sing it in the morning, I'd sing it in the evening, all over this land. I'd sing out danger, I'd sing out a warning, I'd sing out love between my brothers and the sisters all over this
He's maybe 7.
Where did Chuck go with this?
Yeah.
We can tune it off.
This old smoke-filled bar is something I'm not used to, but I gave up my home to see satisfied, and I just called to let you know where I'll be living. It's not much, but I feel welcome here inside. I've got swinging doors, a jukebox, and a bar stool. My new home has a flashing neon sign. Stop by and see me anytime, 'cause I'm always headed at home to closing time. I've got everything I need to drive me crazy. I've got everything it takes to lose my mind. And in here, the atmosphere right for parties. Thanks to you, I'm always here for closing time. I've got swinging doors, a jukebox, and a bar stool. My new home has a flashing neon sign. Stop by and see me anytime you want, 'cause I'm always headed at home to closing time.
Today I passed you on the street, and my heart fell at your feet. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. somebody else stood by your side, and he looked so satisfied. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. A picture from the past comes slowly stealing. As I brushed your arm, I walked so close to you. Suddenly I got that old time feeling. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. It's hard to know another's lips will kiss you and hold you the way I used to do. Heaven only knows how much I miss you. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. The day I passed you on the street and my heart fell at your feet, I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. Somebody else stood by your side, and he looked so satisfied. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. No, I can't help it if I'm still in love with you.
Good G, guys. Oh, Charlie's Shoes. I'd like to be in Charlie's shoes. That's what I always say. 'Cause he had you and everything tied with a golden thread. Well, old Charlie left and went away, and when I got the news, wasn't long till I was walking round in Charlie's shoes. Now I'm wearing out the shoes that Charlie wore. I'm walking back and forth across the floor. The trouble that drove him away, I've got for company. These nights in Charlie's shoes are killing me. The greener grass that turned my head so swiftly did turn brown, and every little dream I built, she's always tearing down. I never knew old Charlie's shoes could have so many ties of disappointing sorrows, and I wish he had them by. Now I'm wearing out the shoes that Charlie wore. Well, I'm walking back and forth across the floor. The trouble that drove him away, I've got for company. These nights in Charlie's shoes are killing me. Yes, these nights in Charlie's shoes are killing me. Last 6 months, man, voice is what's true. I just feeble. Just keep pushing.
When we're all alone, dear, I'm in your arms. Are you teasing me when you're telling me you thrill to my charms? Are you teasing me? Are you untrue when I'm not with you? When we're apart, are you free? Tell me, darling, while our love is still young, are you teasing me? You tell me my kisses set your heart in a whirl, and that you'll be mine till the end of this world. Tell me, darling, while our love is still young, are you teasing me? Are you untrue when I'm not with you? When we're apart, are you free? Tell me, darling, while our love is still young, are you teasing me? Tell me, darling, are you teasing me? Yeehaw! Oldie but goodie, yeah. My turn?
On the wild side of life.
Oh, I love that song.
You wouldn't read my letter if I wrote. You asked me not to call on the phone, but there's something I'm wanting to tell. So I wrote it in the words of this song. I didn't know God made honky-tonk angels. I might have known that you would never make a wife. You gave up the only one that ever loved, and went back to that wild side of life. Well, the glamour of the gay night lights had lured you to the places where the wine and liquor flow, where you wait to be anybody's baby and forget the truest love ever known. I didn't know God made honky-tonk angels. I might have known that you would never make a wife. You gave up the only one that ever loved, and went back to that wild side of life. And went back to that wild side of life. Sorry guys, but it's okay. We're having fun.
I tried so hard, my dear, to show you're my everdream. But you're afraid each thing I do is just some evil scheme. The more I learn to care for you, the more we drift apart. Why can't I free your doubtful mind and melt your cold, cold heart? E-chord. There was a time I believed you belonged to me, but now I know your heart is shackled to a memory. The more I learn to care for you, the more we drift apart. Why can't I free your doubtful mind and melt your cold, cold heart? Another love before my time made your heart sad and blue, he said. And so my heart is paying now for things I didn't do. In anger, unkind words are said, makes the teardrop start. Why can't I free your doubtful mind and melt your cold, cold heart? You never know how much it hurts to see you sit and cry. You know you need and want my love, but you're afraid to try. Why do you run and hide from life? Try, it just ain't smart. Why can't I free your doubtful mind and melt your cold, cold heart?
Good. Okay. What key you got?
John B, D chord. Now you gotta sing all the other parts.
Yeah.
Oh, we went on that sloop, John B, my grandfather and me. Down Nassau down, we did wrong.
Oh, we did wrong.
Stayed awake all night.
We wait all night.
Got into a
Get
fight.
into a fight.
Oh, I feel so break up. I just wanna go home. So first up John B sail, see how the mainsail sets. Call for the captain ashore. Let me go home.
Let me go home.
I wanna go home.
I wanna go home.
Please let me go home.
Please let me go home.
Oh, I feel so break up. I just wanna go home. Now that first mate he got drunk, broke into the captain's trunk. Sure had to come and take him away.
Oh, take him away.
Sheriff John Stone.
Oh, Sheriff John Stone.
Please leave me alone.
Please leave me alone.
Oh, I feel so break up. I just wanna go home. So hoist up the John B sail. See how the mainsail says. Call for the captain ashore and let me go home.
Let me go home.
I wanna go home.
I wanna go home.
Please let me go home.
Please let me go home.
Oh, I feel so break up. I just wanna go home. One more time. So hoist up the John B sail. See how the mainsail sets. Call for the captain ashore. Let me go home. Let me go home. Let me go home.
Let me go home.
Oh, I feel so break up. I just wanna go home. Oh, I feel so break up. I just wanna go home. Good job,
That was good.
Haven't done that in 100
That's
years.
pretty.
It was.
It was going
Yeah.
good. I'm Webb Pierce.
Yeah, I like that.
Him and Hank
From the
Williams.
coal mines of Kentucky to the California sun, Bobby shared the secrets of my soul. Standing right beside me, Lord, doing everything I'd done. And at night she kept me from the cold. Somewhere near Salinas, Lord, I let her slip away. Looking for that home, I hope she'd find it. I trade my tomorrows for a single yesterday, holding Bobby's body next to mine. Freedom is another word for nothing left to lose. Nothing ain't worth nothing, but it's free. Life was easy living, Lord, when Bobby was with me. Feeling good was good enough for me. Oh yeah, good enough for me and Bobby McGee. From the coal mines of Kentucky to the California sun, Bobby shared the secrets of my soul. Standing right beside me, Lord, doing everything I'd done. And at night she kept me from the cold. Somewhere near Salinas, Lord, I let her slip away, looking for that home, I hope she'd find it. I'd trade my tomorrows for a single yesterday, holding Bobby's body next to mine. Freedom is another word for nothing left to lose. Nothing ain't worth nothing, but it's free. Life was easy living, Lord, when Bobby was with me. Feeling good was good enough for me. Oh yeah, good enough for me and Bobby McGee. La 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 la.
Oh, I'm golden slippers, oh, golden slippers, I'm gonna wear, 'cause they look so neat, hallelujah, oh, golden slippers, golden slippers, gonna wear across the golden street. Oh, the golden slippers, they're laid away, ain't gonna wear them till the wedding day. Coat that I bought last June. Well, I went to charity in the morning. And the long white robe that I bought last June. Going to get it fixed 'cause it fits too soon. And the old gray horse that I used to drive, well, it's been charity in the morning. So, oh, those golden slippers, oh, those golden slippers, golden slippers I'm gonna wear. They look so neat, hallelujah. Those golden slippers, those golden slippers, golden slippers, gonna wear across the golden street. Oh, Bell Banjo hangs on the wall, 'cause they ain't been tuned since way last fall. But the darkies all say they'll have a good time. We'll ride the chair in the morning. His old brother, Dan, and Sister Luce. Telegraph the news to old Uncle Tobacco Juice. Big shape, tap, they'll leave that day when you ride for the church in the morning. So, oh, golden slippers, oh, golden slippers, golden slippers, I'm gonna wear, 'cause they look so neat, hallelujah, oh, golden slippers, oh, golden slippers, golden slippers, I'm gonna wear. One more verse. So it's goodbye, children, I'll have to go. Where the rain don't fall and the wind don't blow, and your Ulster coat, why you will not need when you're riding in the chariot in the morning. Those golden slippers must be nice and clean, and your age must be just sweet 16. And the white clip gloves you have to wear when you're riding in the chariot in the morning. Oh, so neat, hallelujah, oh, golden slippers, oh, golden slippers, never let go wear, across the golden street. There you go.
I didn't know you could play the guitar.
How about a Ray Price one? Heartache by the Number.
Oh, I love that song.
Heartache number one was you left me. I never knew that I could hurt this way. And heartache number 2 was when you come back again. You came back but never meant to stay. Now I've got heartaches by the number, troubles by the score. Every day you love me less, each day I love you more. Yes, I've got heartaches by the number, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop counting, that's the day my world will end. Well, heartache number 3 was you called me and said that you were coming back to stay. With hopeful heart I waited for your knock on the door. I waited, but you must have lost your way. Now I've got heartaches by the number, trouble by the score. Every day you love me less, each day I love you more. Yes, I've got heartaches by the number, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop counting, that's the day my world will end.
Woo! No, it sounded good.
It's a good.
Yeah, that's a good one. Who's the original?
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray before. You never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. The other night, dear, as I lay sleeping, I dreamed I held you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken. So I hung my head and I cried. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. The other night, dear, as I lay sleeping, I dreamed I held you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken. So I hung my head and I cried. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. Please don't take my sunshine away.
Oh, that was cute.
Whoops, pitch in.
What am I doing? What key you in?
Let's see, what is that, D?
I don't know.
It's G.
G? Okay. I keep a close watch on
But
your cheating heart.
Well, yeah, that's
Will
what
make you weep. You'll cry and cry and try to sleep, but sleep won't come that whole night through. Your cheating heart will tell on you when tears come down like falling rain. You'll toss around and call my name. You'll walk the floor just the way I do. Your cheating heart will tell on you. Your cheating heart will pine someday and crave the love you threw away. The time will come when you'll be blue. Your cheating heart will tell when tears come down like falling rain. You'll toss around and call my name. You'll walk the floor just the way I do. Your cheating heart will tell on you. You left me and you went away. You said you'd be back in just a day. You broke on your promise and you left me here alone. I don't know why you did, dear, but I do know that you're gone. Well, I'm a walking the floor over you. I can't sleep a wink, that is true. Well, I'm hoping and I'm praying as my heart breaks right in two. I'm walking the floor over you. Now, darling, you know I love you well. I love you more than I can ever tell. I thought that you loved me and always would be mine. Went and left me here with troubles on my mind. Well, I'm walking the floor over you. I can't sleep a wink, that is true. Well, I'm hoping and I'm praying as my heart breaks right in two. I'm walking the floor over you.
What is somebody to keep me back home? I worked with Dinah, 'cause Dinah just got me on singing 3-5.
University.
All right, Chess.
For a guy sitting back there just about to go to sleep. There'd be no teardrops tonight. I'll pretend I'm free from sorrow. Make believe that wrong is right. Your wedding day will be tomorrow, but there'll be no teardrops tonight. Why, oh, why should you desert me? Are you doing this for spite? If you only want to hurt me, then there'll be no tears tonight. I'll believe that you still love me when you wear your veil of white, but you think that you're above me. So there'll be no tears tonight. Shame, oh shame for what you're doing. Others' arms will hold you tight. You don't care whose life you're running. So there'll be no teardrops tonight.
In the twilight glow, I see you. Blue eyes crying in the rain. When we kissed goodbye and parted, I knew we'd never meet again. Love is like a dying ember, and only memories remain. Through the ages I'll remember blue eyes crying in the rain. But it's not supposed to be that way. You're supposed to know I love you. It don't matter anyway. If I can't be there to console you, like the other little children, you're gonna dream a dream or two. But be careful what you're dreaming. Soon your dreams could be dreaming. It's not supposed to be that way. You're supposed to know I love you. It don't matter anyway. If I can't be there to console you. When you go out to play this evening, play with fireflies till they're gone. Then you rush to meet your lover. Play with real fire till the dawn. But it's not supposed to be that way.
Oh no.
You're supposed to know I love you.
Yeah, more like it.
It don't matter anyway. If I can't be there to console you, it's not supposed to be that way.
It's supposed to be that way.
Oh.
Company 80, this is Company 90, traffic control, top of the hill by Sheets. Shut down the old Fort City Hill 1516. Arm show, attack 81. 81. Be advised, we're just coming on scene now. I was trying to call you. We copied 190 requesting a split route.
When the tones drop, going from doing something very calm and relaxed to rushing into a fire when everybody else is coming out is a very unique thing, and it's very rewarding when you can make a difference, when you can hold somebody's hand when they're in their time of need, when you can give that comfort, when you can make a difference. It truly is the most rewarding career that I know of. Boulder City Fire Department utilizes reserve firefighters to supplement their staffing. Annually, we conduct a proficiency school, which is a process that we do to test our incoming cadets. Early on in the process, I try to take the time to come out during their training sessions and meet and let them get to know me as the fire chief. And during that process, I talk to them about what they're getting ready to enter. Even though it's a fairly short proficiency school, fire proficiency school that they go through, there is a lot to learn and a lot to do. And one of the biggest things that I talk to them early on in the process is another requirement is they have to pass the physical agility test, or the candidate physical agility test. It's called CPAT in the fire service. And basically this test has been developed which shows us that they have the physical ability to do the job. And it can be very demanding. And so early on in the process, I walk up and down the line and I tell them, if there's one thing you need to start working on right now is your ability to pass that test. congratulations to all of you. It was a lot of hard work. I saw all of you working very hard. You participated in many things. Thank you for your support of the fire department, and thank you for your commitment to this program. It's another step in a journey that I hope will take you a long time in your fire service career. I've had a great time so far in mine, and I just want to say thank you for your commitment and congratulations.
Have you noticed the new streets? You know the ones I'm talking about. The ones with new bike lanes that benefit pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. In an effort to promote the use of our valley's great transportation options and make our community a great place to live, all of the jurisdictions, in partnership with the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, are enhancing our roadways with complete streets as part of the Southern Nevada Strong Initiative. Complete streets are roadways designed to include room for drivers, transit riders, pedestrians, and cyclists.
Like this area at First and Clark.
Or right here at Highview and Valley Verde.
Or this rapid flashing beacon right here on Alexander Road and Arcata Way.
Or right here at Georgia Avenue and Adams Boulevard.
Or right here at Pioneer Boulevard and Grapevine Road.
Or here at Fort Apache and Elkhorn.
Complete streets are designed to be safe for all users, regardless of how you choose to travel. Do you want to see more complete streets in your neighborhood? If so, you can contribute $2 to the Complete Streets program when you renew your vehicle registration online at dmvnv.com or at any of the convenient DMV kiosks located around town. Just in the past year, the DMV collected $130,000 that will be used to install new bike lanes, school zone flashers, and pedestrian signals. This means a better roadway for cyclists and for children walking to school. This means a better road.
For you.
For you.
For you.
For you.
For you.
For you.
For more information on complete streets, visit our
everybody. Welcome to City Council. As usual, we're going to start off with our invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. And tonight for our invocation, we have Pastor Jason King from Calvary Chapel to give us that. All rise, please. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, City leaders, it's an honor. So thank you for the privilege to come and pray with you and to pray for you. So I invite everybody to join me. God our Father, we thank you for tonight. We thank you for the opportunity to come and to discuss and plan the things that you might have for this great city. God, we thank you for the leaders that you have blessed us with. We pray, Lord, that you would grant wisdom. Your word says that you have the storehouses of wisdom, God, and you give generously. So we pray for wisdom and strength. We pray for diligence. We pray for effectiveness, God. We pray for unity, Lord. We ask that through the leadership you've given this city, you would bless this community. God, above all things, we pray that you would make yourself known in a mighty way here. Bless the proceedings tonight, Lord, with peace. We ask for all this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor. All right. We welcome everybody tonight. We have, as you can see, probably, we have many of our high school students here tonight. And we're going to do things a little bit differently than we usually do, in that we're going to do our public announcements first, which includes some recognitions of our state championship high school teams. And I think to start off, we also have an oath of office. So we have our city clerk, Lou Crum, that will administer that.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask Bernard Paolini to come up, please. Bernard is a longtime Boulder City resident, and he's also a retired public employee. He was recently appointed to the Civil Service Commission and will serve on his first meeting next week. So, Bernard, if you could step up here and raise your right hand, please. Okay, please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Bernard Paolini,
do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the State of Nevada against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign, and that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, and that I will perform well and faithfully all the duties of Civil Service Commissioner of Boulder City, Nevada, on which I am about to enter, so help me God, under the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you and welcome.
We like to stick it to our volunteers right from the get-go with a serious oath. All right, so we have our state championship teams here tonight, and should we do these one at a time? Probably, because we have a lot. So let's start out with our most recent state champions, our girls volleyball team, and we'll invite them to stand. We'll invite Coach Kurt Bailey to come on in and introduce them to us, and then why don't you guys come on up? Let's step down. Whoa. All right, so I have this certificate that I'll present to Coach Bailey, and I'm going to let him introduce the ladies to us.
We'd like to thank the City Council for inviting us here tonight. We had a really incredible season. We just won the state championship, and it's the second year. We broke a lot of records as a team. This season, the best single season that Boulder City's ever had was 30 wins, and we ended up with 38 wins this season. So let me just introduce the girls. This is Caitlin Miller, Zoe Robinson, Pilar Burgess, Grace Lamoureux. You guys can raise your hand Reagan Herr, Cece Orton, also known as Sierra, Madison Wood, Rachel Crum, Ava Wright, Camry Bailey, Satya Cox, Ashley Wood, Laura Gibson, Kylie Fisher, Daphne Thompson, and Kelsey Robinson. And so an accomplishment like this doesn't happen without a lot of support and help. We'd like to thank our community, Boulder City, and also our coaches. I can introduce our coaches. This is Coach Robinson, Coach Johnson, and Coach Carter. So I know we did have a lot of support in this season from all the fans at the high school, our administration, and a lot of you were at our games. So just like to thank everybody in the community. So thank you.
Thanks.
Coach Bailey, did you also want to mention what else they won besides the state championship?
So besides the state championship, you want to add somebody? We went down to California, and we won a tournament down in California against some really tough teams. Also, we won the regional championship. And the other thing that was probably the most important was the academic state championship. These ladies that are up here. 3.74 GPA. 3.74 GPA.
Yeah, Council, step to the side. We'll use the wide angle lens here.
Okay, here we go. Got it? All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. I'll take a couple of them. Okay. Look right here. Okay, a couple. All right, good job, girls.
Great job, ladies. So these guys beat, you guys beat Valley, Pahrump, Moapa Valley for regional. Did you guys lose a game at all during that time? I don't think so. Did you lose any at state? Oh, some sets. So they dominated. They were, hope you got to see them here. All right. Next up, we have our boys tennis team, and we have Coach Rochelle Huxford. Come on up, tennis team. I think we did South Tahoe and Truckee, right, for state. Awesome. Keep coming up. So I have a certificate of recognition for the state champion boys tennis team, and I also have a certificate for Olivia Mickelson, who was the girls' state champ for the girls' team, and don't have the certificate, but I know that we're going to get it because we ran out of certificates. There's so many of you. We have Preston Jorgensen and Bowen Huxford, who were the doubles state champs as well for the men. So I'm going to let Coach Huxford introduce these guys to you.
I will start with the girls who just squeaked in here. Our girls team took second in regions this year and second in state to Meadows both times. These girls all placed in regionals and state. Natalie Bowman and Caitlin Fox, wave your hand. They were third in regionals and third in state as a doubles duo. And Olivia Mickelson was first in region and first in state. And we were just talking about her match, how she was down match point and came back and won. And it was probably one of the most memorable matches I've ever will have ever watched. And it was incredible to watch her win back-to-back state individual titles for women's singles. So. And the girls this year were coached by Jamie Pappas, who couldn't be here. These boys are pretty incredible to win back-to-back championships. Am I pushing something? No, it's just going in and out. All right. The boys' record this year is 20-0. They haven't had a loss in 2 years. It's not.
Probably a battery.
Just talk. Okay. They are 20-0 this year. They were 20-0 last year. They haven't lost since October 21st, 2016, which is kind of incredible. We played Meadows in the state final this year, and within the first 2 rounds, we had them beat, and so they conceded. We didn't even have to finish the 3rd round, which was pretty awesome to beat them 10-2. We had some really great individual state winners as well. Ty Pendleton, raise your hand, Ty, and Carson Bailey took second in regionals as a doubles team. They lost to their teammates, Bowen Huxford and Preston Jorgensen, who took first in regionals, and they both repeated the exact same performance in state. Ty and Carson got second, and Bowen and Preston took first. Bowen and Preston were my only undefeated players of the season. They were 42-0 this year, didn't drop a set, and just kind of a fun fact that I found out is they only lost 10% of their games, which is huge. They hardly gave up any games in their sets, so that was pretty incredible. There's Connor. And then we have Connor Mickelson. Connor was first in individual singles this year in regionals. He beat Rua in regionals and then finals, and then in the state finals this year he played Rua again as well and lost in the state finals, and he got second. And it was a pretty awesome match, as well as his sisters, to have them both kind of going on at the same time. And these boys are awesome. I'm incredibly proud of all the hard work that they've done and the practice that goes into having such an incredible season. And I'd like to recognize Marilyn Pendleton, who is my sister coach, and for all her help.
So we'll maybe even use a wider angle lens on this. Get as much as. Let's see if I can see everyone.
Rich, I can't see you. Okay, here we go. A couple of them. One more. Perfect. Good job.
All right, and so you may or may not know that some of those state champions are not seniors, and they'll probably be back again to challenge again next year. So that's pretty awesome. Okay, our last state champs that we have here tonight are the girls golf, and we have this doesn't work either. We have Coach Andy Schaefer, and we'll invite them to come on up.
All right, so from left to right, we have Riley Schumann, Sydney Crum, Paige Rudd, Abby Junta, Michaela Perkins, and Ryan Reese. So our season was great. We in golf, you travel with 6 girls and you play. You count 4 low scores. In each event, there's also an individual competition. So we go through 5 different tournaments that we have. Our team won every tournament that we were in. Ryan Reese was the low scorer for every tournament that we were in as well. We went to our region up in Mesquite, played a couple of golf courses up there. We played hard, but we fell short by 3 strokes to Pahrump. So Pahrump got us by 3. We came in second. Some individual accolades there. Ryan Reese came in 3rd place in our region event. Michaela Perkins was in 5th, and Sydney Crum came in 6th place. So they all earned a medal there. So off we went to Truckee, played up in Truckee, stayed in Reno, played a beautiful golf course up there. It was phenomenal. The weather cooperated. We had 2 great days of golf. After day 1, we fell short to Pahrump by 14 strokes. And they played great, and we played pretty good ourselves. But the girls came on strong the second day. We made up the 14 plus I think another 4, and ended up taking home the team state title up there. So we had some personal bests that day, which were a lot of fun. Michaela with a 92. Sydney Crum had 2 days actually where she had personal best and then beat it. You were 87, 86? 85? Okay. A lot of numbers. And Ryan Reese came in with an 81 the second day. 81 or 82? Anyway, Ryan placed 5th in state and Sydney placed 6th in state. But they did a phenomenal job. The story about these 6 that's so special, we graduated a phenomenal golfer last year. She was the state champion 2 years in a row. The buzz around the golfing community and the high school golfing community is we only won state because of Lonnie Potter. And she had a big part of that. But these 6 all came through for each other and all came through for themselves. And it was an awesome experience. And it was fun as a coach to watch. So thanks for having me.
Can I say some words?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Hit a couple of them. One more. Perfect. Good job.
Not that we care or anything, but revenge is kind of sweet. That was nice to give it back to Pahrump. You probably noticed that some of those, we had some sister acts there with our proud parent, our city clerk, a couple of crumbs. They weren't on the same team, but they still brought home some hardware, and we had some Woods, and I probably missed a few others. Mickelson's brother sister act, and Bailey's, yes. So one Schumann, yep, and proud Papa right here. So it's all good. These guys are great ambassadors for Boulder City. We love to honor them. We love having them for our mock city council every year, and the seniors, if the juniors haven't had that opportunity, they will get that opportunity. They just, you can tell they're academically doing very well as well, and it's just an honor to have them here. So thank you guys. All right, I think that's it for our public announcements. And so we have our initial public comment period, which is comments devoted to agenda items only. Anyone wishing to speak on an agenda item tonight? All right. Close initial public comment then, and go to approval of our regular agenda. Madam City Clerk.
No changes.
We have Mr. Michael Mays, our Community Development Director, sitting in as our acting city manager tonight. So, Mr. Acting City Manager.
No changes.
Mr. City Attorney.
No changes.
And we'll come back to council for approval then.
To approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries unanimously. Next is our approval of the consent agenda. Madam City Clerk.
No changes.
Mr. City Manager.
No changes.
And Mr. City Attorney.
No changes.
And council.
Move to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries unanimously. So, we are on our first item on our regular agenda. And let's see, before we go on, I didn't see any fourth graders tonight. Oh, we do have one. So let's have you stand up, please, so we can recognize you. Thank you for being here tonight. We usually have a few more, but it's nice to have even just one. That's great. They're working on their Nevada Citizen this year. All right, our first item on our regular agenda is an introduction of a bill number 1838. And can I have somebody introduce that, please?
Sure, Mayor. I'd be happy to introduce bill number 1838, waive the reading, waive the title except for reading.
Bill number 1838, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City to amend Title I, Chapter 9, Financial Administration, to revise required city account minimum reserves, set required balances for emergency event reserves, and deleting outdated requirements regarding payment of the third straw. Bill number 1838 will be considered at the November 27th regular meeting.
All right, thank you. Next is another bill introduction of bill number 1839.
Mr. Mayor, I'll introduce bill number 1839 and waive the reading except for title.
Bill number 1839, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City approving agreement number 18-1801 between the City of Boulder City and Desert Link, LLC, which approves a non-exclusive easement for the construction and operation of a transmission line to link the Harry S. Allen substation to the El Dorado substation. Bill number 1839 will also be considered at the November 27th regular meeting.
All right, thank you. Next is item number 8, presentation of the community survey regarding historic preservation, and I believe this was introduced at the request of Councilmember McManus, and will you be introducing that tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
I do not see Blair Davenport here. Oh, there's Blair. Blair, if you could come up to the podium, please. Ms. Davenport is a member of our Historic Preservation Committee. I will do a little bit of an intro here on the results of the survey that were done. Can we bring that PowerPoint presentation up? I know, we had a strategic planning workshop last week. We spoke some about historic preservation here in Boulder City. It is reflected throughout our previous strategic plans and master plans, but we often don't seem to do a lot as far as actual action on it. Next slide, please. There you go. Previously, I had served on the Preservation Committee, and during that time, we had brought forth to City Council a minor change to the mission statement of the committee. And the feedback from Council at that time, this goes back to 2016, the Council had asked for additional input from the community regarding their attitudes and how they felt about preservation. So the committee started on a opinion survey, and as we look at the survey, whether we need to do preservation in this town, we have a sign out on the way into town that says Historic Boulder City. We do have a lot of history here. It's reflected in Hoover Dam. The construction of that's actually what the nomination of our historic district is based upon, is the construction of Hoover Dam. If we can move next. Preservation's not unique in this country. Cities all over America provide for that. It does promote and protect economic activity and values. Hoover Dam and Lake Mead regularly draw millions here through Boulder City to visit both Hoover Dam and Lake Mead. We've always been known as home of Hoover Dam. It's our city slogan, also gateway to Lake Mead. If we are to protect that, we need to recognize what that heritage is in order to protect the values that we have here, both for our businesses and for our property values for homeowners. With this survey, the residents have reflected, I think, in overwhelming numbers, the desire to preserve our assets. The nomination for our historic district was originally put together in 1983, submitted to the Park Service for designation, but it took until the year 2000 before a preservation code was developed. That original code has been eroded several times to where it's virtually ineffective for actual preservation purposes. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the reason for doing this was to provide a way of getting input from the community on what they considered to have value for preservation. The change at that time was tabled. Again, this is only a presentation of those opinion surveys, so we're not looking for any action tonight. Next, please. Some of the numbers on it, there were 866 responses, including 105 residents of the historic district. I know it's been said, the city manager had mentioned, well, it wasn't a scientific survey. Well, that's true. It was just put out to the community. But again, we have somewhere around 16,000 residents, and approaching 900 people decided to respond to this survey. The historic district comprises only a portion of the city. I believe the number is somewhere around 500 buildings within the district. It's roughly bounded by Denver, Park Street up at the top, 5th Street at the bottom, and Nevada Way and Utah Street on the sides. The purpose of preservation codes are intended to preserve architecture on the exterior of the home. The intent with doing so is to preserve the values not only for individual homeowners, but for all of the property owners within a district. Las Vegas frequently is referred to the city of blowing things up. Even they have recognized the need for preservation. I believe there are over a dozen historic districts that have now been established in Las Vegas. This photo that's on the slide there is of the Mob Museum, which was the former post office in downtown Las Vegas. And again, I want to thank City Planner Susan Danielowitz for all the work she put into getting all these statistics together. There were a lot of numbers to put together, and she did an excellent job on making that a readable format for all of us. And as I mentioned earlier, Blair Davenport will be presenting some information on these results. And I also want to point out that Ms. Davenport is the Pacific West Regional Staff Curator with the National Park Service here in Boulder City. So again, Blair, if you'd like to go ahead with your presentation. I think they're loading it.
First, let me just say thank you for having me this evening and for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Historic Preservation Committee here.
Blair, speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Sorry about the technical difficulties.
While they're loading that, Blair, can you speak to how this survey was developed, what type of research you put into it?
I'll just go ahead with the presentation without the slides. So basically the purpose of the survey was the Boulder City Historic Preservation Committee was tasked in developing 20 questions to solicit broad feedback from the community concerning current issues, opportunities, the role of government, and general views of historic preservation in Boulder City. The survey was developed after direction from the City Council following a review of minor changes in the purpose statement of the committee in 2016. Similar surveys from other cities were reviewed during the development, including Salt Lake City from 2007, and another local, or I should say the state preservation survey here in Nevada and elsewhere in the country. So an overview of, just a brief overview of the survey. The period was between April and July of 2018. We received, as Kiernan said, 866 responses. 429 of those were online. 437 were received through by paper. I believe the majority of those, well, I don't know if the majority of them were in the utility mailer, but so the respondents, the breakdown in respondents included 778 Boulder City residents, 573 Boulder City property owners, 97 historic district residents, 24 historic district business owners, and 105 historic district property owners. The majority of respondents, about 83%, believe that historic preservation in Boulder City is a worthwhile goal, and that respondents understand that historic preservation is about, 1, deciding what historic resources are important, 2, figuring out how to protect them, and 3, passing along an appreciation for what should be saved for the next generation. Respondents seem to understand or also understand that historic preservation should play an important role in creating opportunities for educational, economic, and community development. So we also asked respondents about threats to these important historic resources, and respondents identified neglect or abandonment of historic buildings, about 77%, and demolition of historically significant buildings, including vacant buildings that could be reused, 75% responded as these are considered significant threats. Respondents also cite there's a lack of knowledge of the city's existing historic preservation code, about 78% responded to that, and that the code does not provide adequate protections for preserving historic resources. 55% of the folks responded to that. In considering the role of city government, what does the city government have in promoting and preserving historic properties and in balancing historic preservation with other developmental needs? Respondents identified the city has an important role, 85%. However, only 29% of the respondents agree that the city is doing a good job in this role. A majority of respondents support the following strategies or tools to address issues affecting historic preservation. And this includes the first one being the use of appropriate planning, codes, laws, and ordinances to better integrate historic preservation with economic development. 84% responded to that. They also stated that, or 85% state that the use of historic preservation codes, laws, and ordinances benefit historic preservation and ensures compatible neighborhood development. And city government should inform and educate the public about preservation projects, programs, and training through websites, social media, newsletters, tours, training, and awards. 84% of respondents stated that. So while the survey was not based on demographic categories and was, of course, voluntary, there was a large number of respondents, and that quantity should give weight to the desire for an effective preservation program and effort in Boulder City. I believe the complete compilation of results is either in the packet or was previously passed along to City Council. And again, thanks to City Planner Susan Danielewicz for her role in compiling that data. And I really appreciate the work she did, as well as the rest of the City or Historic Preservation Committee for their help with that. And that's it. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions or comments, Council? Councilwoman Levitt.
My question is, the survey, when it was sent out, was it sent out to all of the utility ratepayers with their bill?
I'm not sure.
I can answer that. Yes, it was sent out with the utility bills as the monthly mailer. I believe it was in April of this year. So anyone who had an account where they receive a paper utility bill received a copy of the survey.
Thank you. Thank you, Blair. I just wanted to make a comment, and I don't know if you need to stand there, but you're welcome to if you want to, because I just wanted to make a comment before I have some remarks I wanted to make, that this presentation, I think, is unusual in that one of our council members made the presentation, and the Historic Preservation Committee, I found out in my briefing today, had not reviewed the presentation, although I know they were aware of the survey questions. And I know that Susan Danielewicz compiled the statistics, but I just think we need to make note of that. I'm sure if they had been consulted or this had been reviewed with them, they'd been on board, but it is a fact that this presentation that we're seeing tonight, or at least that's what I found out in my briefing, had not been reviewed by the Historic Preservation Committee. But notwithstanding that, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your efforts and your advocacy and your passion for historic preservation. We had the for me, the honor of touring the lodge together on Historic Preservation Day. So I know that you're really involved, and I appreciate it. With respect to the statement that that historic preservation is an often stated goal but seldom acted on, I was thinking back with respect to my own experience since I've been on council. And historic preservation, we do identify ourselves as a historic town, and it's a part of our vision statement for our city. But it wasn't in the forefront of our minds, at least when I came on council, and I don't know if I can speak for the other council members, because we were at that time in a recession and trying to keep our heads above water with respect to paying the bills and keeping the city running, and we were very short-staffed. And so we were just, I think that's where our priorities were, and that's where we were focused at that time. But I don't think there's any question that there's been an uptick in interest in historic preservation in the last few years. I think part of it has been a result of the work done by the Boulder Dam Museum and their outreach to our community, and particularly to the schools, because I've seen it in my own grandchildren who've become aware of the history of Boulder City when my own children going through the Boulder City school system weren't. And so I think that's made a big difference. And I think what really galvanized, in my own mind, galvanized historic preservation was when the old hospital was demolished, and then people really rallied around that. So I learned a very important lesson that on that same day that we met at the Historic Preservation Day by one of the members of the panel, who is a state assemblyman, I believe, Hillary Swank? Heidi. Hillary's the movie star, I think, isn't she? Heidi Swank. Because she said, on the panel that day, she said, if you start advocating to save a building when a demolition permit is being pulled, it's too late. And that's exactly what happened in Boulder City. Speaking for myself, not one person had talked to me about the old hospital and preserving it. And when that demolition permit came before us, legally we had to make a decision on it, which brings me to another point, that in the survey there's not a distinction made between privately owned buildings and publicly owned buildings. And there is a difference with respect to the city's responsibility. That was a privately owned building. But one of the things she said that day, if that's when you start debating about saving a building, you're too late and you need to move on and start forming a plan. So that was, a year and a few months ago. It was in May, I believe, over a year ago. And so in my briefing today, our community development director said that the city is in the process right now of inventorying all of our buildings. Is that not correct? Which would include historic buildings, and so that we can develop a plan of what we can save and what is feasible to save. Is that accurate?
City's in the process of selecting a consultant, Stantec. We'll bring that before the council for consideration, hopefully later this year. The objective is to inventory all city-owned buildings and to look at the city's long-term needs and to provide guidance to the council on what facilities are going to be needed for our operations and which may have opportunities for other uses.
Right. Thank you. So also, a point that I wanted to make is I think that when we talk about this as a finding of the survey it was over 80% of people are supporting historic preservation. That's not a surprise at all, because we're a historic town and nobody would not be in favor of historic preservation. But I do think that different people have different definitions of what is historic preservation. I think there are people who want to keep the buildings as they are. They don't want them to be changed. They maybe could want them restored to their original condition. I think there are people who are in that camp, and I think there are other people who talk about adaptive reuse, which was a big subject at Historic Preservation Day, and also at the Mayor's Town Hall meeting when different towns were being compared, and those who had used this adaptive reuse for buildings, and so they had a real vibrant downtown feeling. And I have to say, just recently I was out of town. I was back east and in this little quaint town, and they were all historic buildings, but one was a restaurant and one was a popcorn shop and one was a hardware store and all these different uses, but they were all historic buildings and it had a very historic feel. So I think there is some, I don't know if I want to say disagreement, but I think there's a different understanding with some people with respect to what historic preservation is. And as I think as we go forward, those things will have to be worked out in terms of what buildings we can save and how we save them. Another thing that I think is paramount with respect to historic preservation is fundraising. And I can't remember if that was addressed in your survey. It's done in different ways in different cities, and our city is in a different position than it was when I came on council over 7 years ago. But there are probably ways that the city can step up, but there also has to be other ways to fund historic preservation. I don't think that it's realistic for people to look at the city to fund all of this. I was thinking about, and I'm sure you're very aware of all the efforts for the Railroad Museum, and that has been talked about for at least 2 years, if not longer, actively talked about, politicians involved, advocating with the legislature, trying to get bill drafts passed, fundraising, and there has been some headway, but not, it isn't, I don't think it's as progressed as far as people had hoped. And now with the change in the legislature, we're not sure what's going to happen because all the people we lined up have been voted out of office. So we may be reinventing the wheel again. But I think fundraising is very important, and public-private partnerships, which has been done with respect to the Boulder Dam Museum. And I just wanted to say, and I think Councilman McManus mentioned it, that in our first strategic planning meeting as a council, we set only 5 goals for our strategic plan, and one of them was historic preservation. And I think that Councilman Schuman wanted us to promote. Was that the right word? So it's very much on our minds, and I know that we have a great staff now who also are invested in this, and I think that we can make some great strides in historic preservation after this has kind of languished for a few years. So I appreciate your efforts and all of the people on the Historic Preservation Committee, but I just felt it was important to give some perspective on some of this from over the last few years. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schuman.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Davenport sat down. That's okay. That's okay.
She can come back.
All right. Come back up. So, Ms. Davenport, can we review one number with me? 83% said that historic preservation is a worthwhile goal. Is that correct?
I think it was even higher than that.
Correct.
So 17% of the respondents feel that historic preservation is not a worthwhile goal? How can that be?
Actually, there's some neutrals in there,
Right.
and there's some don't knows in there. So,
Because I think that number is more like 98% to 2%, personally. All right, let's see what else. I mean, what's your opinion, Ms. Davenport, of all these results? If we were to do something as a council, it says 29% of the respondents agree the city's doing a good job. So 70% think we're not doing a good job. How could we be doing a good job?
Personally, I think I would like to see our codes strengthened. I think that's a worthwhile goal. Whether that's a full-on change in those codes or maybe incrementally, I think that remains to be seen. On the gamut of dealing with demolition, and as Kieran had mentioned, it's generally for exterior changes to historic structures. So anyway,
okay.
I believe
That's
the
good.
codes need to be changed, or the code needs to be, I guess, strengthened is the word, and brought up to codes that exist throughout this country, and where you see cities and communities and towns embracing historic preservation with codes that enable those resources to be saved, but it also helps in community development, economic development, and a whole slew of other economic benefits.
Very good. And I wholeheartedly agree that that's where government should start and can start.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I agree with the idea that the city government is not the sole source of that. It is important to have partnerships.
Sure. Okay, thanks. I don't have any more questions. You can sit down, but I do have some comments. Okay. So in our strategic plan meeting, we talked about historic preservation, and over and over and over, and we keep hearing historic preservation. And the more I think about it, the more it occurs to me that I like the word promotion, historic promotion. That not only do we have to, of course, we have to preserve our history, but now we need to start talking about our history and getting it out there. And I really believe that a lot of that will happen through technology. That's kind of a subset of it all, but you know, it's never been a better time in Boulder City's history than to be promoting our history, letting people know, educating people about our history, drawing people into our town to witness and experience and live our history. So I love the concept of historic promotion at the moment. The other thing that I've been thinking about is that when I think about historic preservation, I think about, you know, being a kid and growing up here, and it's not just the buildings that I want to remain the same, but it's the streets, and it's the parks, and it's the common areas. You know, one thing that just keeps kind of sticking in my side about the aquatic center that we keep talking about is where it's physically going to go. So that where the pool is now, you know, I've seen some plans to just demolish that entire beautiful park there. And that's the only part of that whole plan that really kind of bothers me, because as a kid, I've every summer for my whole life I've been in that park doing, you know, at 4th of July and different for different reasons. I've gathered underneath those shade trees of that park. And you know, when I think of historic preservation, it's not just the buildings that we own as a city and that are privately owned, but it's the roadways and the entryways and the neighborhoods. And so historic preservation, I think, goes so much deeper than just the buildings. A little bit about my history. I grew up in Massachusetts, so I grew up in a very historic part of the country. And, you know, in those areas, you definitely cannot knock down a historic building. There's no way you can knock it down. The question is kind of what you can do inside that building. Can you put a retail store there? Can you put an office building there? What can you use the building for? But by no means, in most areas where I grew up, were old buildings ever being knocked down. I don't know if the government prohibited that or if it was another layer of or what it was that protected those buildings, but those buildings are still to this day standing. And I believe that we need to toughen our laws and do the same thing here. So with regards to promoting our history, I think it's vitally important that we start thinking about repurposing our buildings. So when we have vacant buildings, we need to get somebody to those buildings. If those buildings are not occupied, and I know this from my real estate experience, the longer those buildings go unoccupied, the more they're going to deteriorate until someday they're just not going to be usable, not going to be salvageable. Somebody's going to come along and have a great idea for an old building, but it's going to be so dilapidated that we can't do anything with it. And there is no other option except to knock it down. So part of promoting our history and protecting our history is taking these old buildings and repurposing them. A classic example is the LA Water and Power building. We're using it. Because we're using it, because somebody's in there occupying it, different entities, whoever they are, for different reasons, that means we're keeping up the HVAC system, we're keeping up the paint, we're keeping up the flooring, where something breaks, we go in and fix it. A window frame comes loose, we go in and we tighten it up. So we're taking care of that building and it's being preserved in the process. We can look around and see other buildings, whether they're privately owned or publicly owned, and just see that if they're vacant, they're getting wind blown, they're getting sunburnt, and they're getting dilapidated, and eventually they're going to crumble. And like Councilwoman Levitt said, the time to save those buildings is not when the demolition permit has been applied for. It certainly is right now. And there's lots of strategies that we can employ to do that. So part of our strategic planning process last week, I think, was talking about this. And as I think about this more and more and think of what we can actually do, I think Councilman McManus, you pointed out aptly that, it's been years since we've put something into the code, right? So we're really not doing much actively to move the needle when it comes to historic preservation or historic promotion or repurposing of our buildings. So as we move forward through the strategic plan and through that process, and as we set goals as a city, and as we come together and talk about it as a community in town halls and in surveys and in forums and in the Historic Preservation Committee, I would urge us all to look at how to repurpose, how to promote, and how to educate around our history. I think that would protect it the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hari.
An additional question. Mr. Mays, you had mentioned that the city's in the process of doing an inventory of all the city historical structures. Are you aware of any inventory that exists for privately owned historical structures?
The only inventory was the 1983 survey that was done, which was the basis for the creation of the historic district.
So that's 35 years ago.
Correct.
The other thing I found disturbing actually was the actual numbers of respondents in this survey. It mentioned that every one of the ratepayers had received the survey, yet only 221 residents, business owners, and property owners from the historic district responded. That's somewhat discouraging, since they would be the people that would be most intimately affected by any historic preservation action.
Thank you.
I've got some comments.
Yes.
A couple things brought out from these comments. One, I want to clarify that the reason this was brought to council now was to look at the survey numbers. As a prior member of the Historic Preservation Committee, I had made the presentation to City Council 2 years ago when Council gave the direction to do the survey or get input from the community. This was not an assignment for the Preservation Committee. This was something that I worked with one of the members, who's probably the most qualified member of that committee, to develop this presentation of these numbers. I certainly encourage the Preservation Committee to continue the discussion they've already had. They had discussed this at their meeting last month as far as the survey results are concerned. So they have had the opportunity to look at that. But what was important to me with this is It's been 2 years. And I've been to a lot of the Preservation Committee meetings, both as a member and as a member of City Council, and I think 2 years was long enough, which is why I brought this to Council at this time. We're in the process of discussing a strategic plan. I think it's important that this Council looks at these numbers now rather than after we've gotten too far into developing that strategic plan. So if there are any wounded feelings on the Preservation Committee, I'll certainly be willing to speak with you. I spoke with the chairman this afternoon of that committee. Again, made it clear to him that the purpose of doing this was not going around the Preservation Committee because the Preservation Committee doesn't own these numbers. These numbers were to be provided to Council for guidance to Council. So I just wanted to clear up why this was not some decision of the Preservation Committee, because they did discuss this at their last meeting when the results were put together by the city planner. So that was one item. The other item is I think there is a misunderstanding about what preservation codes are. If you look at our city code, the preservation code is in the zoning chapter for the city. These are essentially zoning laws. If you live in a particular area, there are going to be guidelines that pertain to the property that you live in. It is not something that is meant to be a burden on people, but it's recognized when historic districts are set up that these are special areas and they're going to have some standards set that ask the people, if you're going to make changes, that you abide by the guidelines that have been set out. The guidelines have been set out for us. We just don't apply them. This is not an unusual thing. There are national organizations. The Park Service started this effort in, I think it was 1966. So there's not something where this is an unknown quantity or that it's not done elsewhere. It's just that we don't do it the way we're supposed to do it. It's that simple. It's a zoning law. Just the same as to say, you know what, if you have a house lot, you can't go build 3 houses on that. You can only build 1 house on that. And you're going to be told how big that house can be and how far away from the property lines the house has to be set. All of those things are included in the type of zoning laws that communities all over this country have. Another issue that has been brought up is the adaptive reuse. That's certainly the way to preserve buildings. If you want to have a building, don't make it into a monument, make it into a building that it gets used. We've had some suggestions made for some of the city-owned buildings, and we have to look at what's appropriate for where that building is located. Some of our buildings are in the commercial area of town, some are not. Some are located in residential neighborhoods, and we have to look at what's an appropriate use. Now, again, that goes back to why zoning laws are established. What's appropriate for a particular neighborhood? And the question that Councilman Harhay had about only having some 220 some odd responses from the historic district, there's only 500 buildings in the historic district. So that means that if we do an easy math analysis of it, almost 50% of the owners in the district responded to the survey.
Actually, 24.
24.
Business owners. 97.
Well, of the 500 buildings, I'm not sure how many are businesses, but of the 500 buildings within the historic district, there were a substantial number of responses from those owners. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll go ahead and open this up to public comment if there be any. Yes, please.
My name is Greg Todd. I'm a Boulder City resident, and this is for City Council and Mayor and support people. I've worked for Water and Power. I'm now retired. I worked 27 years, so I'm very familiar with the Water and Power building in Boulder City. The problem I'm seeing now is a couple of years ago it was brought up that as one of the capital projects we're going to repaint the building. The paint is lead-based on the outside of the building. The people that are coming into the building and getting aid for food and stuff like that are peeling the paint off the building right now. So you're now having paint chips all over the sidewalk. It's being tracked up and down the sidewalk, and it has lead in it. That's what I've been told. We need to get somebody out there to seal it or do something with it. Otherwise, we're going to have a big mess as it gets tracked through the historic district on foot. So that's what I wanted to let you all know about. That's one of our buildings we have a responsibility to maintain. They're sitting on the steps and peeling the paint off the walls. And it's now on the sidewalk and being trampled by the people that are visiting. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Yes, please. Yep, come on up.
Yeah, that is what I think. Hi, my name is Mike Steele. I've been here for 60 years, and I have a question first that while you're doing your inventory during that period...
Mr. Steele, you need to address us as the council.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
During that period that the inventory is being taken of historical buildings, am I right in understanding there will be no decisions made as to whether they will remain city property or be repurposed until after the inventory?
We can have somebody get with you after the fact.
Pardon?
We can have somebody, you can have somebody from staff talk to you. Mr. Mays can speak with you afterwards.
So, what, in other words, you're saying you don't know right now?
This is public comment. If you have comments, you can make them, and your question's certainly noted, and we can get some answers for you afterwards.
Okay, I have another question then. On the map I saw up here of the historic district, and I'm speaking right now in particular about the water treatment plant, it sat just a few feet right outside the boundary of the historic district, but it's in a residential district nonetheless. So when you take into consideration to either retain these buildings and maintain them, or let the society, the Preservation Heritage Society, maintain them, you take into consideration that these are actually in residential districts? And nobody wants a bar, restaurant, tavern, loud music, bunch of cars across the street from their home. This will all be taken into consideration? I'm asking.
Okay. And again, you have 5 of us up here that may have different answers, different opinions. So this is not really a question answer, but we'll certainly, you can talk to each of us individually afterwards, or Mr. Mays can certainly talk to you.
Okay. Mr. Mays? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, my name is Linda Graham, and I'm part of the Historic Preservation Committee, and I've been listening to the presentation, and thank you very much. All of your comments have been very thoughtful and thought-provoking, so I'm glad you're engaging, in this subject. However, I did want to say, when we were finished with the survey, I don't want you to think that Kernan and Blair were the only ones, because we as a committee decided that when the survey was completed that we needed to take action. We don't want to just have it just sitting there, with nobody looking at it. And like Kernan said, it was part of the plan of our committee to present this survey to the council, because that was what was originally requested. So I just want you to know that we were all on board with it.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hello, my name's Jonna Malore. I've lived here for just over 3.5 years. Just wanted to tell you that when my husband and I were looking for a new place to live, we lived in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, which is a historic ski town in Colorado. It also has historic buildings, and it's a very small town. And so when we came across this place accidentally, we loved it because it reminded us of that small town feel, the friendly atmosphere. The controlled growth ordinance was a huge thing for us, that there was no gambling. That was awesome. We can go over the mountain if we want that. Also, the historic buildings were a big draw, and that this is a historic community, which is what we're used to. The size, the friendliness of everything here. And we really, really would like to see that continue. So just consider that when you are looking at your controlled growth and when you're looking at preserving buildings. We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy.
Judy DeShane. Did you all miss me 2 weeks ago? I wasn't here to cause trouble. Even I take a vacation now and again. Anyway, the inventory that's going to be done for all the buildings in Boulder City, I certainly would encourage the council and the city and whatever, before any action is taken on any of them, to at least let the community know what's available. I've heard many wonderful ideas from various people in the city about empty buildings they're aware of, that what could be done with them to enhance our community and enhance the livability of the city. So I certainly hope that when you get your inventory done, that inventory will be presented to all the citizens. Possibly a town hall would be a good place to get the information out, listing the buildings and what the city thinks they want to do with them, so that we all have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, come on up. We love it when our fourth graders step up to the microphone.
Hello, my name is Bailey Murphy, and I enjoyed the meeting this evening, especially regarding historic preservation, and I hope the city moves quickly. I really hope they don't, destruct the park near the pool, because it's such a beautiful place, and yeah.
Good job. Thank you. We got one behind you, Glenn, and then you guys can arm wrestle, whoever you want.
James Adams. A lot has been talked about the strategic plan and wanting to get this discussion rolling as we're talking about the strategic plan. I thought it was unfortunate that nowhere in the priorities listed in that strategic plan was historic preservation found in there. So when we were going through and listing the priorities that we thought we were giving them a number ranking, nowhere on there was historic preservation. There was a comment section at the very end, kind of an open-ended comment. I know when I did the online survey, I went through the whole thing, I made my comment and everything, and then I sent it, and then afterwards I realized I didn't say anything about historic preservation. It's one of the most important things to me in the city. It just was completely out of my mind. I was busy thinking about, fire and sewage and traffic laws and all these other things that you see in there. And then at the end of it, it just didn't even cross my mind. I went to one of the workshops, and it was everywhere. Everybody was talking about, historic preservation. There's different ideas, obviously, whether adapt, reuse, and other ideas, but it's it was very prominent theme. And then when I was going through the packet, they had the word count. So safety and safe, I believe, had almost 70 mentions in there. And then, but then I saw historic only had 18, and I thought that was odd, because I thought, well, there was a whole lot at just my one meeting. And when I went through and I counted all of the comments, including the words history, not just historic, you all of a sudden went up to almost, or over, I think it was 30 comments I counted. And I tried to use just each comment itself. If they said history and historic in the same thing, I didn't take those word counts and put them together and just doing that. And so you actually almost doubled the amount of comments in just what was presented and I know it was just a keywords or whatever, but much more prominent in the community responses than how it was kind of presented. And when I was going through it, didn't really read much about that. I couldn't make it to the workshop, unfortunately. So I'm not sure how that was discussed, and I am very grateful that it's something that has been discussed amongst council, that it's very important. So I just think that it's unfortunate that the historic preservation was not put in there as a priority, because I think I think fire, police, all those things are at the very top of the priority list. Those are all covered under safety, and then you have family and clean, and then historic all right there. Whether or not it's a priority, it's hard to say because it wasn't put on the list, but I would argue that it most likely is a priority to many residents here. Just like Mr. Schuman said, that he believes, probably 98% believe that it's important. So I would agree with that. I know I personally do. So anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Glenn? Yep.
My name is Glenn Fan. Good evening, council members. Just a quick thing. I'm
firm believer in historic preservation for our town. I hope we can come up with some kind of a plan. The survey of the city-owned buildings is great, and I agree with my wife. Seldom do, but I do this time. About getting that information of what buildings are out there, get it to the public and stuff like that. Repurposing some of our buildings, I think, is a great idea. We want to do whatever we can do to keep from having to tear them down because of lack of maintenance. My personal opinion on the water treatment plant, I think it'd be a great place to go pay my water bill. I think we ought to move the water department into that building. I mean, think about it. Why not? And part of if you don't need the whole thing, well, part of it could be a little bit of a water museum that the city runs. It's being occupied, it's being taken care of. Because we're in there, we're using it. If something breaks, we fix it. Just like like Councilman Schuman said earlier. Think about it, just a thought. Maybe it's a dumb thought. I don't know. I like the idea, and I think it'd be fun to go pay my water bill there. I'd probably do that more often than I'd put it in the mail. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll close public comment on that item. So I'll add a few observations. First off, I just want to say how much I agree that regardless of whether this came from the Historic Preservation Committee or as a whole or not, I want to give a shout out, I think, to the Historic Preservation Committee and those associated with historic preservation, whether directly with the committee or not. I think that as far as that committee goes, it's been the most active that it's ever been within the past few years. And I think that, definitely brought historic preservation to the forefront. Mr. Adams used the word priority. And so as part of our strategic planning, it is one of our 5 priorities. I think we call them goals, but they are the top 5 priorities. And so, we know historic preservation is important. Some of these questions in the survey, I would agree with Mr. Schuman. It's unsurprising, and I think Councilwoman Levitt said that too. It's not surprising that people in Boulder City think that historic preservation is important. It is a little curious to me that sometimes 17% or however many say that that it's not important, because it's always been important in Boulder City. Feeling it's important and turning it into an action plan are sometimes two different things, obviously, and so that's our next goal, is to turn it into a better action plan. Now, Boulder City, the charm of Boulder City and why people still come here because of the historic feel, it's not by coincidence. Part of it is because we have a rich history here that's connected to Hoover Dam, and part of it is because there have been historic preservation efforts in the past. It sounds to me like this particular, the thrust of what I'm hearing is more towards buildings, and both public and private buildings, and preserving those. Some of the things that have been done in the past and I got these stats from a variety of sources, including online and my past involvement with the Boulder City Museum and Historical Association. So they're probably not super current stats. They're probably actually higher stats than this. But the historic, it's involved the city. It used to be the Hotel Association, became the Museum Association. But they have 2 historic buildings. One is the Boulder Dam Hotel, obviously, that's the icon of Boulder City, and that's taken dozens of years and tens of thousands of volunteer hours and lots and lots and lots of not only public funds but also private funds that have been invested in that to make that into what it is today. And it continues to cost a lot of money, but it was made a priority, and it's really the gem of Boulder City and one we can point to as a big success story. The other asset that the Museum and Historical Association has was acquired recently through a generous donation. I think it was Teddy Fenton's Dingbat House, and that's an important one as well. But in addition to those two buildings, the Museum and Historical Association has thousands of biography files, a 300-plus book library, and this is all on the history of Boulder City as well as on Hoover Dam, 10,000-plus photos and negatives, 500-plus 3D objects and artifacts, and I don't know if you've ever seen them, but if you've been down in the basement of the Boulder City Library, many of them are there, and you've probably seen, at least one of them, the old fire truck that was in some of the prior parades on 4th of July and things like that. There's an extensive oral history collection there as well, extensive manuscripts, including primary sources, materials like journals and things like that. Of course, they have the permanent exhibit there that attracts about 25,000 plus visitors a year, and they have, thousands and thousands of hotel guests that bring economy to Boulder City. So it is true that historic preservation can help and does help drive an economy if it's done in the right way. That's not to say, and those are some success stories, that's not to say that we can't be better at it. We should be better at it because we do value history in Boulder City, and we need to figure out better and better ways to do that. It's more challenging, obviously, with private, but when we're talking about building structures, it's more challenging with private buildings, but it's doable. It should be less challenging with public buildings because we already own them, although as those that have been involved on the Historic Preservation Committee know, and just in politics in general in Boulder City, the way you're successful with those types of the things is that you're able to come to a consensus on what should be preserved, how to do it, and then on what the plan should be for doing it. So fighting over it never produces good results. At the end of the day, we have to come together as a public and figure out, we've decided historic preservation is a priority. Now we have to figure out collectively how to do it and make it happen. A couple things I've heard tonight about adaptive reuse. I think Councilman Schuman called it repurposing. Whatever you use the term, I mean, that's a truism as well. You have to have those buildings occupied in order for them to be saved. There has to be a purpose for them, or they go by the wayside. There's not enough money in the world to save everything, and there's not enough interest to save things that aren't being used for valuable purposes. And so we need to figure out what those purposes are and incentivize private owners to do that, and create a plan for the public properties to make sure that happens over time. I'm sure there are many, many examples out there of codes that we can borrow from, and I don't know what's, the devil's always in the details on those things, but I don't know what the best model is to follow on those. But I'd certainly be interested in seeing some, prototypical models of communities that have been successful and the types of codes they put in place for that to happen. Because, just as an example, one thing that came up in my council briefing today was that, the Desert Inn hotel it's got new ownership there, and you've probably seen the kind of yard sale out there and in front for a while, but that's one where the owner's coming in and apparently going to renovate and try to figure out what to do with that. And from the sounds of what I'm hearing is wants to try to keep it in a vintage historic type of state. But Heidi Swank, she did mention that whole corridor through there as being an important one. And, if you're looking for something besides our connection to Hoover Dam that we might want to preserve, it might be that, that probably more of the 40s, even 50s, early 60s, Palm Springs type look. You know, those signs certainly are historic, the neon signs and things like that. And we've got some great examples with the El Rancho, for instance, it makes it a nice, attractive area when we preserve those types of things. So, you know, but again, if you wait too long on that and even 2 or 3 of those signs go away, or 2 or 3 of the vintage type properties go away, then all of a sudden, you know, you don't have that stretch anymore where it's a consolidated theme. And so I also saw in the materials for the survey that there was some, I think it was mentioned that Salt Lake City was one of the examples that where we got some of those questions from, and I'd be interested in seeing some of those as well, in addition to the codes that we might look at towards implementing. I will say that in addition to our strategic plan, that I know that you know, the city is in the process of hiring a new economic development director that's coming on here pretty quick, end of this month, if I'm not mistaken, or fairly soon. And I know that as part of all the restructuring that's going on within the city, that, you know, we're going to have a cultural arm and a historic preservation arm, and so I'm encouraged by the fact that the Historic Preservation Committee has been working with staff as well on things like trying to figure out if we can take advantage of SHPO, get state grant funding. You know, SHPO was a big important part of the Boulder Dam Hotel as well. And but their funding went away when the economy went down. I mean, I think they were still in existence, but you know, it effectively went to zero for several years, and now they're back up and running again. And so that's an important resource we can look to, as well as I'm sure there's other federal grant sources, which hopefully will start coming back, because when the economy was good, those funds were available, and then nationwide they went away for many years until they're finally coming back again, and hopefully we're not going to see another big downturn. But above all, we need a plan, and then we need priorities, and we need money to do it, because again, it costs a lot of money to take care of these things. And so appreciate the survey results. We'll take those under advisement, and appreciate Councilman McManus bringing those to our attention. Ms. Davenport, thank you for your presentation tonight. It was great. All right. We are on to item number 9, canvass of Boulder City ballot questions placed on the November 6, 2018 general election ballot. And Madam City Clerk, do you want to introduce that, or do I need to just jump in and read this?
I'll just give a brief overview that the council had put forth 3 ballot questions on the November 2018 general election ballot. Those ballot questions, the first one was if voters would authorize expenditures from the Capital Improvement Fund to purchase a new fire engine. All Capital Improvement Fund expenditures must be voter approved. That question passed 56.18% to 43.82%. Ballot question number 2 was authorizing the city to refinance existing debt. That question failed with a vote of yes, 39.53%, no, 60.47%. Ballot question 3 was a simple charter amendment to have our charter read almost the exact same as state law. That also failed with a vote of yes, 44.48%, no, 55.52%. The unofficial results were included in your packet. We received the official results over the weekend, which were forwarded to you today and also in front of you on the dais. NRS 293C.387 requires the City Council, particularly the mayor, to canvass the returns and approve the official abstract, which is in front of you. Canvassing the returns is just simply reading that canvass sent by Joe Gloria regarding any errors. So if you would like to read that into the record, Mayor, and then the council can approve that and then direct me to transmit the results to the Secretary of State, please.
Okay. Yes, I'll read that. So this is from Joseph Paul Gloria, the Registrar of Voters. Results of canvass of the general election in the city of Boulder City, November 6, 2018. The results of the November 6, 2018 general election were canvassed comparing the computer printouts of ballots counted and the results thereof with the official ballot statement for the 11 precincts utilized in this election. We identified one discrepancy in one absentee precinct between the computer count and the roster count cast in the 11 precincts. One absentee return envelope was returned with 2 ballots in the same envelope. There were no tabulation errors in the 11 precincts. The foregoing reconcilable discrepancy would not alter the outcome of any race in this general election. Therefore, as the duly appointed Registrar of Voters of Clark County, Nevada, I do hereby approve the canvass results of the Boulder City questions 1, 2, and 3 in the general election for certification. Joseph Paul Gloria, Registrar of Voters. And so I will go ahead and move that we approve that canvassing of the results. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yeah, that motion carries, and so I guess you're directed to certify those, right?
Thank you.
And I'd just like to make one comment about the results of that. 2 of the questions, 2 and 3, 2 was the refinancing of debt. I think it's unfortunate that when these questions get put forward, the wording sometimes is very difficult to understand. But we just lost out on hundreds of thousands of dollars by not going ahead with that refinancing. And on question 3, the transfer of funds between different enterprise funds, again, it's a way of ensuring that some of the bad accounting practices that have been engaged in the past by the city don't occur in the future. So I'm not sure if we need to look at this again, but some of the feedback that I've received is if you don't understand it, vote no, and that there's no way anything being proposed by the city could possibly be good for you, but occasionally we do try, so maybe we'll take another look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. We might need new bond counsel on the refinancing too. That's really what's stopping us from doing that. All right. Item number 10, appointment to the Audit Review Committee. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. This is to correct the membership. As you know, the council passed a resolution to change the membership and move it from 3 council members to 2, and then have 2 citizens on the committee, one with a financial background, expertise in auditing, accounting, that type of thing. We currently have Ross Wright as our financial expert on the committee, and we're not, of course, the council can appoint who they want. So we need 2 council members. We can either have a council member voluntarily resign, or we can start the appointment process over. If the 3 current members love their job so much, the current members are Councilmember Schuman, Councilmember McManus, and Councilmember Harhe. We need to reduce that to 2. We have received 2 interest from 2 members of the community, Roger Tobler and Marty Riel. Marty submitted his app this afternoon. It's placed before you. Roger expressed interest last week, and his application was turned in at the beginning of the week, which was, I think, over the weekend. So I'm asking council to appoint 2 council members and 1 committee member. if you want Ross to continue serving. But of course, it's up to you. You can have 2 new members. The terms would be just until after the election.
All right, so Councilman Harhe grabbed me before the meeting and said he has the surefire way to resolve this. So he's
in their interest of not drawing any blood.
I can save the theatrics, and if it's that important to you, go ahead, Mr. Harhe.
Well,
it's important.
In the interest of fair play and also recognizing Nevada's great history in the past, first off, Mr. Schuman is a long member of council than either Councilman McManus or I, and I would recommend that he be nominated to be one of the 2 councilmen. That leaves 2 junior level councilmen, Mr. McManus and myself, and
Warren, I resign.
No, stick around.
I insist. I resign.
Oh, well, the thing we're going to do is do a coin toss.
As I said, the hour is drawing late. We can save the theatrics. I resign.
Oh. Well, thank you.
So I thought we were going to do a duel, but I have a compromise. I can flip the coin and we'll give you each a revolver and see which one hits it. Do you accept his resignation, or do you want me to flip it?
I accept the nomination to be the 2nd councilman.
Okay. Mr. Schuman?
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. And furthermore, let me add that I think Ross Wright should remain on there if he's willing to do it. He's been great to work with. So I think that just leaves us with nominating the other person. Which I'm ready to do that whenever you are, Mayor.
Okay, I will open nominations for the appointed position from the community.
So if I may, I was very pleased to see Roger Tobler's name come up again. I think when a former mayor, so much experience that he has on things like this, puts his name forward, that you have to give him the nod. So I'd gladly nominate Mr. Tobler.
And again, no disrespect to the former mayor, but Martin Reel is someone that I've known for several years. He's an accountant by trade. He worked in state government as an accountant for 10 years. This is a technical committee, and I think it's important that we get someone with a technical background in government accounting to work on a committee like this. And I believe Mr. Reel would be an excellent person to serve on this committee. Again, no disrespect to Mayor Tobler, but this is an audit review committee, and I think we need an accountant on there.
Okay, so we have 2 nominations. Do we have any other nominations?
Impossible.
I'll entertain a motion to close.
Yes, so moved, Mayor.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries. So let's vote on the 3. Let's see. We have. We're done on those 3 then, right? Okay. All right. So we have. We'll just do this by raise of hands then. We'll do Roger Tobler first, since his name was first. All in favor? Any opposed? Oh, I guess we don't do opposed. Okay. Marty Reel. All right. So we have Mr. Marty Reel. I didn't see him here tonight, but I worked with Marty in the past too on the Boulder City Museum Historical Association. He is a great accountant, and he'll be good. And we do thank Mayor Tobler for putting his name in that. He has been on the audit review committee in the past as well, so I'm sure it won't hurt his feelings too much that he's not going to be on it again. All right. All right. I think we're to our final public comment. Anyone wishing to speak in final public comment? Glenn.
My name is Glenn Fan. Good evening again. All positive, guaranteed. Just a quick shout out to the water department. I noticed there's a small leak out in the street in front of my house. I called up the water department at about 10 o'clock this morning, and they had 2 trucks out there by about 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it was all finished up and cleaned up and done by about 4:30. So just little attaboy to the water department for a job well done, I thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Yes.
Blair Davenport. So I just wanted to formally thank Linda for setting the record straight regarding the Historic Preservation Committee's involvement and support of tonight's presentation. Thank you. Secondly, I wanted to reiterate that one of the roles of the Historic Preservation Committee is in the promotion and of the importance of historic preservation and of the city's history. And an example is the annual Historic Preservation Day that we put on. I think it's a really successful event, and it's a really positive event, and it brings in a lot of folks who are new to maybe history or historic preservation, and we're looking forward to doing it again this year. Stay tuned for details of that. Another example, though, is we were approached by the Daughters of the American Revolution, who are willing to work with us on the important role of Ida Browder and her important role as one of our first women here in Boulder City. So looking forward to working with them on that and promoting that history. And in regarding adaptive reuse and rehabilitating historic structures, one of the things that the Historic Preservation Committee is working on, which was maybe sort of touched upon, was that Boulder City is hopefully seeking to apply for and receive certified local government status. And what that means is that would enable the city to apply for and or leverage state and federal funding for preservation projects. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Judy DeShane, I'm just wondering, did you sign an agenda for the young lady for 4th grade? You recognized her, but you didn't offer her to come up and get it signed. So if you haven't, maybe you should do that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anybody else in public comment?
Thank you.
All right, come on up. We're going to sign your agenda right now so you can go to bed.
Show the picture you drew. Come on.
All right. Look at that. That's some good notes right there.
Thanks for coming tonight and thanks for speaking about her.
You did an excellent job.
Who's your teacher?
It's never been this quiet in here before, ever. It means all eyes are on you.
It's funny because your mom's never shined you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Addendum to my little reminder. Mr. Schuman, you had assured a few months ago that you would remind the mayor in case he forgot. So you're no better than he is.
Wait, what? It's all his fault. That's what I just heard. Okay.
There's enough blame to go wrong.
Our final item is city council reports. Any council reports tonight? Mr. McManus.
The next time we'll get together will be after Thanksgiving, so I just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Also, this past Veterans Day, I want to thank the American Legion for inviting me to speak to their gathering. Again, we've got a lot of veterans here in Boulder City, and we owe a debt of gratitude to all of them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to echo what Councilman McManus said about questions or ballot initiatives 2 and 3. I was very surprised they didn't pass as well. And I happened to get my Southern Nevada Water Authority a briefing. I think it was the day after the election, and I was talking about it, and that on our agenda, and the meeting is this Thursday, we're going to save $11 million on one project because of refinancing debt. So I think we need to find an easier way to explain that to people. And one of the things someone said to me was, you just, excuse me, look at it like a mortgage on your house. So if you have a chance to get a lower interest rate on the mortgage on your house and save money, you're going to do it. And if we can explain it as simple as that, maybe we can get that passed. But anyway, I was surprised at that. I wanted to make mention, and I don't want to take any wind out of Councilman Jorge's sails, but mention the Pooch Parade, which was really a lot of fun. And my particular Pooch won in the category of most patriotic. Yes.
It was rigged.
But he was the only entry. So anyway, I thought for a first-time event it was great. It was very well attended and a lot of fun and a lot of cute costumes on the dogs. And my dog would never win for being obedient, but anyway, congratulations. I think Linda Barnett was kind of the impetus behind getting that going, and it was very successful. I too wanted to mention Veterans Day. I went out to the event out at the Veterans Home, and it wasn't as well attended as it usually is, I think because of the weather. It was so cold and blustery that day, and so they had many of the residents who were in wheelchairs out there, and they usually do have them participate, but it was so cold that they kind of cut the ceremony short. But it was still an honor to go and to meet and talk to a lot of our veterans, one of whom was Chief Shea. And it was a great event, great music, great talks. Our newly elected U.S. Senator Jackie Rosen was there. The keynote speaker was great, but he limited his speech to about 5 minutes, so we weren't all freezing to death. But anyway, I was very honored to be there. And then I had my LVCVA meeting today, and a couple of things of note that I wanted to share with you are the mayor of Las Vegas had asked Jeremy Aguero, who's with, is it Applied Analysis, to determine how much of the tourism dollars are going to education, because it's something that we're continually criticized for. And I picked up the wrong packet, so he had another packet, but I had it in my notes that I took. At the last legislative session, the tourism was the largest source of money for education at $1 billion. So the money that is generated by tourism is certainly contributing to education, and I think everybody should know that. And another statistic that I thought you might find interesting is that the year-to-date room tax earnings are down 4%. And that has happened, I think, as a result of 1 October. Ever since that event, the room rates, or not the room rates, but the room occupancy has been down a little in Las Vegas, but they're still generating, obviously, a lot of money, and it won't affect the money that we'll be getting from the room tax that comes back to the city. So I just thought those were interesting and thought I'd pass that on.
Thank you. Mr. Harvey.
2 reminders. Tomorrow, the CIP, the Capital Improvement Plan, will be revealed once again at the Senior Center at 1:30, where staff will present it to the seniors. And then tomorrow night, I think it'll be a very interesting Planning Commission meeting, where one of the items to be discussed is the potential use of some of the dry lake bed for solar fields in terms of adding that to the land management plan. I know there's some folks that are very much concerned about the loss of that recreational area, and tomorrow evening would be their time to speak up. And it was a great fun to be at the Pooch Parade, although Hoover felt that he was robbed. We only got third place, but I consoled him. I said, well, you never want to deal and compete with children and animals. So, but the other thing coming up for me, which is a high honor, on Saturday, it'll be my pleasure to represent the city at the presentation of the French Legion of Honor to our veterans that are at the Veterans Home, but there will be a special presentation at the M Resort. And from what I understand, the French consul or the French ambassador will be there to present that high honor. The only other thing I have is that 25 cents is pigs.
Okay, since you brought it up, actually what happened when he grabbed me is he tried to pay me off to make sure he got on the committee. So I'm giving this back to him so I don't get turned into the Ethics Commission. Nice try. I wanted to thank those that from the city staff that interviewed with me. I call them interviews. We just had some casual conversations, and I got to write an article about our veterans that are on our city staff. And of course, it was only 7 of the many that are on our staff. But I just wanted to say what an honor it was to talk to them. And Chief Shea was one of them, but there were several others. Just patriotism to the core, and I just loved hearing their experiences and how they feel about their service to our country as well as our community. It won't surprise you probably that the vast majority of our veterans on our city staff are probably in our police department. There's obviously some transferability there, but one thing I found out from all of the veterans in whatever positions they were in, whether it was on the fire department or in public works or otherwise, landscape division, is they all felt like, those what they learned there, the values, leadership skills, and certainly their commitment to the public was, that was instilled in them in their service to the military. So I just want to thank the department heads for helping to facilitate those, as well as those that were willing to talk to me for a while. And I think that's it. So happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Thank you for being here tonight.
Excuse me, Sir Legs-a-Lot. How's a girl supposed to go about her business if you've got socks in every single dryer in this joint?
Well, I suppose you're just going to have to wait. I should be done in 3 or 4 hours.
3 or 4 hours? But I don't even have a full load.
This looks like an opportunity for compromise.
Oh, my goodness, Dr. Broccoli, I watch your show every day.
Where'd you come from?
Never mind that, Pinky. Now, let's see if we can find a way to work together so that we all leave here with dry feet. Or whatever those things are.
Hey!
You, sir, obviously have more than your share of socks to dry. Why don't you let Pinky here put some of her laundry in with yours? And Pinky, perhaps you could give him half of the quarters you were planning to use.
That would be fair.
Yeah, that's okay with me, too.
Oh, that's wonderful. We all win when we use compromise to solve our problem.
Could I get your autograph?
Compromise isn't selling out. It's the way our democracy works. Wait a minute.
Sorry, lady, but you can't park your bike on this here sidewalk.
But I'm working here. I'm a delivery bird, for pizza's sake.
Later that night, Pinky got together with all of her fellow delivery birds, and they formed a special interest group.
We've got to overturn this law that says delivery birds can't park their bikes on the sidewalk. Who's with me?
The SWDBU went on to urge legislators to change the law prohibiting the parking of bikes on sidewalks, but met fierce resistance from another special interest group, Concerned Citizens for Uncluttered Sidewalks. After hearing both sides, lawmakers added an exemption to the law that allowed delivery birds to park their bikes on the sidewalks temporarily while making their deliveries. Both groups called the decision a success. That's the role that special interests play in our democracy, giving voice to groups of like-minded individuals so that everyone's ideas are represented in our government.
Hey, Bruce, we ought to eat these red bugs for lunch.
What, are you crazy? Those red bugs will go straight to your hips. Now, these blue bugs over here, these guys are delicious. Let's eat them for lunch.
No way. Blue bugs will kill you. High in the sodium. You're nuts, Bruce. We're eating the red bugs.
Blue bugs.
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 Red, 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 red.
Just as Pinky and Bruce had a hard time agreeing on what to eat, people disagree about the laws they want to pass and which policies to adopt. The arguments that legislators have with each other in Congress and state legislatures are reflections of the disagreements among we, the people.
There sure are a lot of us. Do you ever feel like you just don't have a voice?
What are you talking about? Send an email to your state legislator.
Huh? Who's that?
That guy right there.
Hey, what's up? Your state and federal legislators are your voice in our government. They don't speak for themselves, they speak for you. That's why it's crucial for you to be involved with who represents you. In last year's election, only 62% of these birds even registered to vote. And of that 62% who registered, only 2/3 of them bothered to vote. That means only 2 out of 5 are using their voice. What a shame. And voting isn't the only way to get involved. You can pay attention to what goes on in government and call, write, or visit your state and federal representatives. You can also join special interest groups with other like-minded citizens to let your representatives know how you feel. There are so many ways to get involved, and you definitely have a voice. Now go out there and use it.
A plan of attack, like something that maybe the military would use?
It's a plan that my daughter uses to plan for her basketball games.
Strategic plan is how I get my wife and kids in an area that they don't want to be.
It's a document that's strategically done.
A strategic plan would be the implementation of a vision.
A strategic plan is a guiding, fluid document that helps a city plan for its future. The goals and objectives have been identified through community input.
And now, another fact of Congress.
What if they had a rule at your school that was mostly good, but was missing something that would make it even better? Wouldn't you like to change or amend it? Well, amendments are an important part of what happens in Congress. A member proposes a bill that gets sent to a committee for hearings. If the committee wants to, they can vote to add amendments to the bill. This can change the original language in very important ways. If passed out of committee, the bill with the new amendments goes to the floor of Congress for action. The full House or Senate then debates this revised bill and often considers additional amendments and sometimes even amendments to amendments. It's all just part of improving the original law so it moves along in the best shape possible.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Ever hear somebody stating a supposed fact when you know there has to be another side to the story? Well, getting to the truth quite often means that you have to take the time to go beyond one person's opinion and dig around for what others have to say about it. When you hear about an issue or law that you're really interested in, take the time to find out what the other side thinks about it. You may learn some things you hadn't thought of before, and then you can weigh all of that information and come up with your own opinion. Analyzing all the facts and opinions not only makes you a better informed citizen, it might give you an idea of how you can help. That helps make you a great citizen.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Our country was founded on the principle of balance, that no branch of government could dominate another. For example, Congress is responsible for passing laws, but it's up to the president to okay them. The president nominates judges, but Congress must approve them. Judges can declare laws unconstitutional, but Congress can propose other ways of accomplishing the same thing. The president can veto bills passed by Congress, but Congress can override the veto. This system of power sharing is called checks and balances, but it doesn't stop there. We balance responsibilities between the federal government and state governments. We balance influence between big states and little states. The resulting system might look like a complicated maze of boxes and arrows, but it's really quite simple. That no one part of government should be allowed to get too powerful.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Our country depends on citizen participation. But if you don't participate, things get messy. Think if you didn't participate at home and you didn't discuss what you wanted. Instead of getting an ice-cold soda, you'd get an ice-cold shower. Instead of playing video games, you'd be playing pinochle. And instead of playing football, you'd get stuck with a doll. If you don't participate, you don't get what you want. How do you participate as a citizen? Write your representatives a letter or send them an email. Visit their office or attend an online meeting. Study up on the issues by following the news and checking websites. Volunteer on a campaign and get your candidate elected. And when you turn 18, you can vote. The key is to find the ways that work best for you and get started.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Every year, Congress must consider and debate hundreds of very important matters. Imagine what it would look and sound like if the entire Congress discussed each and every topic before it. Well, thankfully, members of both the House and Senate belong to individual committees that focus on a particular subject, like education or the environment. When a member introduces a bill that she would like to see become a law, it is immediately sent to a committee, where it is studied in detail. Committee members hear experts talk about why this particular bill is or isn't a good idea. And committees are tough graders. The vast majority of bills introduced never make it out of committee. So when you think of where the work really gets done in Congress, think committees.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Here's a word about the word compromise, a very important congressional concept. Some people mistakenly think it means giving in or losing an argument. In the case of Congress, where there's a lot of diversity and debate, opposing points of view come face to face almost every day. By compromising, our legislators can move beyond the argument and begin working on the solutions to the problems that come before them. In fact, the idea for Congress to have two chambers was the solution to a major disagreement back in 1787 and has itself become known as the Great Compromise. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Have you ever made a quick decision that you wished you'd taken more time to think about? Quick decisions are often not the best decisions, especially when it comes to passing laws that affect all Americans. The U.S. Congress practices what is called deliberation when making their important decisions. Imagine if just one person made all the laws in our country, just doing whatever popped into their head. That's why there are so many steps in the legislative process, to make sure that bad ideas don't get passed in the heat of the moment. Taking the time to get the laws right is the most important thing that Congress can do. In fact, deliberation could work for you, too. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Back in the early days of our country, almost all of our citizens had come from Northern Europe. When a congressman from those days spoke with his constituency, by and large, he and they looked pretty much the same, and also had many shared values. Well, imagine that same member of Congress today addressing his or her constituency. The United States has become a tremendously diverse nation, with citizens from all over the world. Americans today have many different jobs, live in a variety of communities, and have different needs and interests. This creates a special challenge for today's members of Congress, as they must govern a population that has vastly different backgrounds and beliefs. Passing laws that take all of us into consideration requires patience and a willingness to seek out and listen to all of the different voices that make up our 21st century America. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Our government is like a big three-layer cake. We have local government, state government, and national government, often called federal government. Local government handles local issues like police, water, and building permits. State government handles issues about your state, such as education, healthcare, and recreation. Federal government handles national issues, such as national parks, the military, and space exploration. This system of dividing responsibilities among governments is called federalism. Sometimes who does what isn't that clear, yet this flexibility lets us decide whether a particular problem is best handled in local town halls, in state capitals, or by the men and women in the Congress. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Long before there was a Congress or a government, there were 13 colonies of people living along the East Coast, from New Hampshire to Georgia. They came from England and other countries in Europe. Over 2 million people were living here by 1775. Technically, these colonies were under British rule, but they were learning how to govern themselves, and many wanted to start a brand new country. The people who made this possible, who led the fight to freedom and founded our government, are referred to as the Founders. They boldly declared their independence from British rule on July 4th, 1776. They won the Revolutionary War and founded a new nation. And on September 17, 1787, the United States of America officially started with the signing of the U.S. Constitution. Article 1, Section 1 of the Constitution states, "All legislative powers shall be vested in a Congress which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives." What the founders set up was a representative democracy, giving each of us a say in how we are governed through our elected representatives in Congress.
Brilliant.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
You may wonder sometimes, who are all these people in Washington and what are they doing? Well, 535 of them are in Congress, representing you and everyone else in the country, which is just as well because there are too many of us to fit in one room anyway. Members of Congress are there to listen to us and to speak for us as they make new laws or legislate. Legislators work in either the House of Representatives or the Senate. The House is more about representing people based on how many live in each state. It has a large number of members to stay in close touch with what people back home want. The Senate is more about representing every state equally, taking a broader national view and making sure that our government doesn't rush into any bad laws. Working together, they play the most important role in our system of representative democracy. Do you know who's representing you?
It's me. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Everyone knows that Congress makes laws. But just how does a bill, no, not that kind of a bill, but how does this kind of a bill, an idea for a law, become a law? First, a member of the House or Senate comes up with an idea and introduces it as a bill. Then it's carefully reviewed by the appropriate committee in Congress. If the committee approves the bill, it then needs to be passed by both the House and Senate. If they do, it goes to the President for his signature. Only then is a bill officially a law. But it's a difficult process, with less than 10% of bills introduced ever becoming law. It's not a process designed to move quickly. There are various obstacles along the way to ensure that bad ideas don't make it through.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
I'll bet you're one of those kids who thinks, Congress, who needs it? It doesn't affect kids at all, and certainly not me. Well, if it weren't for Congress, that beautiful stream that flows through your town would be a polluted and smelly waterway that no one would like. Instead of traveling quickly and safely on a modern interstate highway for your vacations, you would have to take bumpy old back roads. Rather than visiting one of our great national parks, you'd find yourself at just another strip mall. Are you getting the picture? And when you grow up and go to college, you can thank Congress for providing student loans or for making sure women's sports programs get the same treatment as men's. I'll bet if you did a little digging, you could find a lot more ways that the work of Congress affects your everyday life.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
You've probably heard the saying, you're never too old to learn. Well, here's a new one for you. You're never too young to get involved in your government. That's right, you. But how, you ask? Well, is there a particular issue in your community that you care about? A park that's too dangerous? A river that's polluted? A library that's run down? You'll be amazed how effective kids can be when they put their minds to it. Kids have started petitions, created online action networks, and even testified before legislators. Kid power, you'll never know until you try.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Imagine a group of kids on the playground trying to decide what games to play without any leadership. Add leaders to the group and decisions can be made and things can get done. Congress is no different. It's a large group that needs leadership to get things done. The House of Representatives elects a Speaker of the House, whose job it is to set which bills will be voted on and to maintain order in the House. both the House and the Senate have what are called the majority and minority leaders. They are chosen by each political party to lead their efforts in each chamber. Perhaps the best title of all goes to the majority and minority whips. Yes, whips. Their job is to make sure that the members of their party line up correctly when voting on critical issues. There are many other powerful people in Congress, particularly those who chair the many important committees. But even so, they still take their cues from the congressional leadership. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Voting is the easiest way to participate in our democracy. You just go to the voting booth and pick the best person for the job. Now, some people are voting Scrooges. They think their vote doesn't matter. But if you take a look at history, it tells a different story. In 1845, one vote made Texas part of the United States. In 1920, one vote gave women the right to vote. And in 2000, the presidency of the United States was won by 537 votes out of almost 6 million cast in the state of Florida. That's closer than a three-pointer at the buzzer. That's closer than just catching the school bus. That's closer than the B you just squeaked out in chemistry. If you don't vote, you have no say in what happens to our country. But when you do vote, you'll feel proud that you had a voice in choosing the people who represent you in Washington. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. What's in a number? Take the number 65. That's how many members were in the House of Representatives in the very first Congress. And each of those 65 was responsible to only 30,000 voters back home. Today, the House of Representatives is made up of 435 members, each of whom has to represent the interests of more than 650,000 people. That means that today's members of Congress have to work much harder to reach their constituents. Of course, when there's so many of us, it's difficult for them to hear what we have to say. That makes citizen participation all the more important. One way to make sure you're heard is to join a group that shares a common interest or goal. That way, many voices become one, and that is hard to ignore. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Way back in 1789, people were noticing some things our new Constitution didn't take care of. So the first Congress came up with 10 changes, or amendments, which became known as the Bill of Rights. The First Amendment is important because Congress actually told itself what it could not do. If written using today's language, the First Amendment would say, you can't pass laws that keep people from practicing their religion. You can't pass laws that keep people from speaking their minds or publishing their ideas. And you can't pass laws that stop folks from getting together peacefully to express their views to their people in government. This amendment, plus the others in the Bill of Rights, reassured the nation that the powers of their new government would have limits. As President George Washington said, the amendments strengthened our characteristic rights. This fact of
traffic control, top of the hill by Sheets. Shut down hill towards City Hill 1516. Arm show, attack 81. 81. Be advised, we're just going on scene now. I was trying to call you. We copied 190 requesting us one grab.
When the tones drop, going from doing something very calm and relaxed to rushing into a fire when everybody else is coming out is a very unique thing, and it's very rewarding when you can make a difference, when you can hold somebody's hand when they're in their time of need, when you can give that comfort, when you can make a difference. It truly is the most rewarding career that I know of. Boulder City Fire Department utilizes reserve firefighters to supplement their staffing. Annually, we conduct a proficiency school, which is a process that we do to test our incoming cadets. Early on in the process, I try to take the time to come out during their training sessions and meet and let them get to know me as the fire chief. And during that process, I talk to them about what they're getting ready to enter. Even though it's a fairly short proficiency school, fire proficiency school that they go through, there is a lot to learn and a lot to do. And one of the biggest things that I talk to them early on in the process is another requirement is they have to pass the physical agility test, or the candidate physical agility test. It's called CPAT in the fire service. And basically this test has been developed which shows us that they have the physical ability to do the job. And it can be very demanding. And so early on in the process, I walk up and down the line and I tell them, if there's one thing you need to start working on right now is your ability to pass that test. Congratulations to all of you. It was a lot of hard work. I saw all of you working very hard. You participated in many things. Thank you for your support of the fire department, and thank you for your commitment to this program. It's another step in a journey that I hope will take you a long time in your fire service career. I've had a great time so far in mine, and I just want to say thank you for your commitment and congratulations.
Hi, I'm Mike Passini, Community Affairs Director for Boulder Disposal. Citywide no-sort recycling is here. Boulder City now has expanded a citywide comprehensive no-sort recycling program. It is so simple to use and proven to increase recycling results virtually overnight. Welcome to the Boulder City Recycling Center, where thousands and thousands of tons of your recyclables are diverted from being buried in our landfill. You can now recycle at home, at work, and at school. The new recycling program is totally easy, so do your part, aim for zero waste. How easy is it, you ask? You throw all your recyclables into one bin and you're done. And it's that simple. Just put your cart at the curb before 6 a.m. every Wednesday to ensure pickup.
Recycling is now available for single-family and multifamily residences, including apartments, mobile home parks, and RV parks.
The new program includes businesses, schools, and parks too. So no matter where you are in Boulder City, you can do your part.
The industry term for no-sort recycling is single stream. In its simplest terms, what used to be multiple streams of recyclables needed to be separated by the homeowner in advance of pickup. The no-sort method combines all the streams, paper, plastic, and glass, into one. All participants need to do is throw all recyclables into one container. And due to technological advances in recovering the materials, nearly all of the waste is effectively recycled. Be sure to review the No-Sort Recycling Guide brochure that came with your container to ensure proper material disposal. Recyclable guidelines are also indicated on the container lid.
Boulder City, with your continued commitment to recycling and our new BC Waste-Free No-Sort Recycling Program, we are confident we can more than double the amount of recyclables kept out of our landfill. All homeowners can participate in the citywide BC Waste-Free Curbside Recycling Program.